morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the CGSA ENS Annual Legal Seminar, a seminar that we all look forward to because it is this seminar that really begins to tackle issues that we battle with on a day-to-day basis. This program today has been chosen specifically to deal with issues that you have highlighted are most critical to you. Before we put together an agenda, we did a survey and came up with this beautiful topics that will be dealt with by our colleagues from Edward Nathan from ENS Africa. My name is Neo Momodu. I'm the head of legal regulation stakeholder engagement at the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. And I'm joined by our CEO, Zintle Kikwe, who will be taking us through this Consumer Goods Council presentation. And before I hand over back to Zintle, I'd like to take you through our presentation, the video that we would like for you to be familiar with, that will begin to let you know who the Consumer Goods Council is. Please sit back, enjoy, and then after that, Zintle will take us through the presentation. Thank you.
As the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa, As the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa, we have reimagined a world where your life takes center stage, where every facet of it is treasured and given utmost priority. We rise with a deep sense of purpose, motivated by a strong desire to make a positive impact that goes far beyond the walls of our organization. We believe in the power of unity and collaboration. We recognize that our strength comes from the collective efforts of our dedicated team and the unbreakable bond we share with our members, communities, and the entirety of South Africa. As CGSA, we have given life to a vision of a brighter future. We are a ray of hope and a transformative force, with the goal of always going above and beyond for our members, providing them with the solutions and expertise to enable them to trade better and supply excellent goods and services to their customers. This is achieved by striving to become the leading voice for the dynamic consumer goods industry, not just in South Africa, but across the continent. We believe in the power of advocacy and championing for the causes that are most important to our members. Through the CGSA Foundation and our member organizations, we drive projects and initiatives that shape a better and brighter tomorrow. Our commitment to excellence is most apparent within our business unit. We strive for excellence in all we do. We are completely committed to what we do, from the smallest detail to the largest goal. This dedication guarantees that our contributions to South Africa's consumer goods industry is both impactful and transformative. We are the solid foundation of our communities, a strong force upon which brighter futures are built. The cornerstone of our goal is our constant dedication to sustaining the livelihoods of many economically disadvantaged families, a commitment that demonstrates our role to not only grow our economy, but also propel it to new heights. We are not just shaping the future of our organization. We are shaping the future of our nation and the continent. We stand as a testament to the boundless potential of dedication and unity in the pursuit of a better, brighter, and prosperous South Africa and sub-region. Our role is to provide value to our members through the delivery of services. Our role is to validate every business, regardless of size, with its own unique barcode. Our role is to ensure that every product consumed is secure and contributes to the wellness of our people. Our role is to provide skill development to our future generation in order to secure employment and further grow our economy. We are extremely proud of our role as change catalysts, champions of progress, and architects of a brighter tomorrow. We are the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa.
Thank you. I'll now hand over to you, Zintle.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, our valued members, and thank you so much to ENS Africa for this opportunity and partnering with us once again on this important seminar. So that video, I just want to get back to it. That video for us was really important because it assisted us to showcase the impact of the sector and the value the sector brings to the economy of South Africa, and all our members combined to showcase the powers that we have as an industry. So as you all know, we are the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. Our legal name is GS1 South Africa. We have about 9,000 member organizations that are operating within the consumer goods sector, retail and services. And we believe that we are one of the largest employers in South Africa because we, second to government, that is, because we employ about 2.5 million people and then impact more from a family. If you have to have a factor of 5, we impact a lot of families and lives as the sector. So from a contribution perspective to our economy, we contribute about 20% to our GDP. That's really, really big. We are secondary to finance, and then it's us as a sector. So we pay our SASSA grant, our members from a retail perspective pay SASSA grants on a monthly basis. We deal with the SASSA department every month from a security perspective and the ability to make sure that we distribute such huge amounts of money to the households that are really at the bottom of the food chain. And we as the sector, we support those. So through our programs and the supportive transformation program that we work through with government from a localization perspective. We have had a number of master plans that we are working with government. Our members are continuing to have capital investments in this country, even though we have challenging economic and environment. We value our consumers as we are always trying and striving to give an opportunity to consumers to stretch that rand with discounts that we have and opportunities where members or communities can just come in and find the preferred brands in our stores. Food safety and security is important. SMME development is key, and thus enabling us to create jobs. So as a sector, we really are a powerful sector, and it's something that we always have to remind ourselves and showcase it where possible. And through CGSA, definitely that can be done. Our mission, and now on the next slide, and our vision is we aspire to be a leading platform for engagement of the consumer goods manufacturers and retailers in the Southern Africa. We're not only focusing because our members are trading outside of South Africa. We work with them through those trade rebates and the movement of goods. And our mission is improve non-competitive consumer goods industry business practices through vibrant collaboration, advocacy, and action for the ultimate benefit of the consumer, because we know the work that we do in government, it's not for us as an industry, but the ultimate benefit of the consumer. These are our board members and the organizations that we have. We currently have about 27 board members from these organizations. We have 3 more that are online that are going to be approved in our next board on the 23rd of November. So, and these are CEOs, these are industry leaders that have the interest in terms of how this industry is viewed, how this industry contributes to the economy, and how do we continue to support the country, as we love South Africa so much. And how do we do this? We do this through supportive engagement that we do with our members. We do this through advisory, through policy, regulatory, and best practices, whether it's from a standards perspective, from the GS1 standard, that's how we do it, and advocacy. That is our key, and lobbying, advocate and lobbying on your behalf to influence policy, to get concessions out of government and be able to trade better. That's the tagline that we have. And the stakeholder engagement map that we have international organization through GS1. As I indicated earlier on, we are GS1 South Africa. GS1 is based in Brussels, GS1 Global, CGF based in Paris, and FARE based in the United States. These are the organizations that we subscribe to that are outside of the country. And inside of the country, through organized business, we are a member of BUSA. By virtue of us being members of BUSA, our members benefit from that. We participate to have strategic engagements with NAPERD, BLSA, as well as we have strong engagements with NETLEC, and our board we have a board sitting the BUSA board. So we our network and our ability to put out the map, so to make sure that we are able to move member issues forward is really important for us. We do have associations that are association members within the CGSA, and we have agencies of government that we work with, whether it's the CETAs, SABS, the Competitions Commission. We have strategic relationships with them. We've added ESCOM into that realm because now we sit in the National Logistic Crisis Committee, and we sit in the NECOM to make sure that all of these new structures that are emerging, we participate for the better benefit of our members, and we understand the challenges that we are working with in South Africa. And we now have a solid engagement that we're going to be having with SARS. We're going to be meeting with SARS biannually to talk about issues that are affecting the industry. Our key focus area and what is it that we want to do and how, the impact that we want to see in the economy is number one. How do we support government programs with regards to energy regeneration programs towards sustainable business practices? So there, as I indicated earlier on, we sit in NECOM and the National Logistic Crisis Committee. Those are the new committees that have been formed. We participate through the Business for South Africa perspective with the crime risk, with the new Business Against Crime South Africa that's been created. We are really participating in that structure. So it's important, and that assists us to drive the engagement that we are doing, whether it's diesel levies that we still want, not for only the manufacturing sector from a food perspective, but with the whole value chain of food. And also business and community sustainability. We have a foundation, and in our video we spoke about that. That foundation is important for us. It's a tool for us to do work that is not within the CGSA MOI, work that is dealing with the municipalities, work that we are able to make sure that because service delivery always impact us negatively in our sector, whether from a brand owner perspective and a retailer perspective. If the service delivery issues of civil unrest, we're the first who are negatively impacted through looting or any other form of disruption. So it's important that we work with our communities and to make sure, and government, to see how do we assist our communities so that they can be able to find opportunities for jobs and have food security and good health and well-being. With regards to good health, we are really exciting. There's big plans that are on the way for us. We are engaging with SAPRA, we are engaging with the National Department of Health through our GS1 standard and solution department, where in the next year there's going to be a policy direction where it mandates all medicines that are produced in South Africa to have a 2D barcode. We are the provider of that 2D barcode. And as we move from the linear barcode towards 2D, and that 2D barcode, the standard within that is obviously the GS1 standard, because it's a global standard and it's globally recognized standard. We are able to track any product or food or tools and like that comes into the country. So with the investment in communities, making their lives better, we want to continue to contribute that from whether is it through illicit and counterfeit trade engagement that we are having with the GS1 standard, as I already mentioned, and as we move as well. I think this one is key. We have programs members that are in place through GS1 standard, where we're saying we have verified by GS1 and activate. That is the only trusted source of data product data. There's no any other catalog except that one, because we have seen videos that are circulating in the social media where individuals are scanning using the Google app. That one is not trusted. So it's important that as members, you come to us and you engage with us so that you can list your product in the verified by GS1, because that verification process makes sure that the barcode that you have is authentic, make sure that the metrics of your product is all there, the label assessments and the sustainability programs of all of that product, whether is it recyclable or not recyclable, degradable, and all of those that we are dealing with from a PRO perspective. We capture that information in that that program. So it's important that you sign up and you come to us, and we assist you. We work with us with the GS1 or Global Standards and Solution team. They are readily and available to assist you, so that as we fight illicit and counterfeit and fake goods, and we have had experience in this country of children unfortunately dying because of what they have consumed, this is the only way we can ensure authenticity and eliminate any illegal trading in South Africa. We have been speaking to SARS, we have been speaking to Department of Health, we have been speaking to the small business department, as well as DTIC, to make this standard the only de facto standard to use for any products in South Africa. So that's the next move and the big project that we have in our hands. And we have an app that we can, as we did in our summit, we did share the app with you. We're piloting that app where consumers will be able to scan at the point of sale or prior to the point of sale. When they're going to their retailers, they scan it and their goods and see where they're coming from. Skills development is important. We have a really shrinking skill base in the country, and an SMME sector as well. It could be an opportunity for economic growth and improvement for us as a country. That's where we're playing, and this sector is one of those sectors that have that opportunity to train anyone and employ anyone, whether highly skilled or not skilled at all. So we want to create an environment that's going to be suitable for us to create employment. And lastly, but not least, this is key for us. We have been engaging with government with the red tape. We have submitted a 40-page document with all the red tape regulations and policy that we say these are what impeding on the growth of this country. And they've asked us to shortlist to top 5. We've done that. We are really excited. After like nearly 2 years now, the office for Mr. Sipongos is being set up. We're one of the first people that is going to be going to meet. So as an industry association, we are really excited about the work that we do. We love what we do. We love serving our members because we see the impact of the work that we're doing. So with that, colleagues and members, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Zinhle. And on the screen, there's a number that I think all of us should actually know by heart, which is the illicit crime hotline, where you're able to report any issues of crime, goods and or services that you think are not authentic. And it's a number that we are making known to the public, and please help us publicize it. It's 0800 014 856 0800 014 856, and it's a 24-hour line that members of the public and yourselves can call to receive services from the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. Next up on the agenda will be Jocelyn Katz and Aziz Amde to speak about competition law. Thank you. Over to you, Jos and Aziza.
Thanks, No, and thanks, Zinhle. Good morning, everybody. And may I just say how very nice it is for us to be doing this again with CGSA. We have a very, very long association with the CGC. I think it's going on 17 odd years now. And I think this is the 12th, if I'm not mistaken, annual legal seminar that we have done together. And what we strive to do is, pick a range of topics with your help, as Nao mentioned, a range of topics that are current, are relevant to your business, are, very sort of cutting edge. And what we try and do is, look at the trends and a roundup of the key issues that have happened in each of the disciplines throughout the year. So just one quick note on logistics for the day. Each of the topics will start on the hour. I know we're a couple of minutes in on competition, but no matter, we'll make it up. The idea is that the speakers will present for around 45 minutes, leaving 15 minutes for Q&A. We know everybody has a busy schedule, so to the extent that you're not able to dial in for a particular session, or you're dialing in and out for the day, we will make recordings of each of the sessions available. Or probably on various websites. So you all have your programs. Make sure you dial in for the sessions that are interesting and relevant, which I'm sure all of them will be. And we look forward to the day. So to kick off, by way of introduction, my name is Jocelyn Katz. I'm the head of the competition practice at ENS. I'm joined by my colleague Aziza Mday, and we are going to talk to you about public interest in merger control, an update. And why that is the topic that we've chosen, well, it's because it is the primary issue confronting competition lawyers, the Competition Commission, and in fact, business in the competition space today. So we're going to start, just to give you a little bit of our agenda, we're going to start with a bit of a refresher on sort of what is a merger. I'm just going to ask Aziza to go on to the next slide. Okay, so we're going to start with a little bit of a refresher on how the merger assessment works. And that is really just to situate the issue of public interest and where it fits in broadly to competition law, but specifically to the merger inquiry, because traditionally mergers should be about the economics, and indeed it is, but public interest has very much taken front and center stage. We will then go into a deep dive on what the public interest assessment entails. We'll look at the factors that one considers. We will look at the seminal case that kind of changed everything over the last couple of years, and that is the Burger King decision. We'll then look, at some of the data that we've gathered, and this is a sort of ENS proprietary data exercise that we have done, but hopefully to give you some insight into, a lot of what we're talking about. The Commission came out with some revised guidelines about a week ago or 10 days ago, and we're gonna cover those for you in some detail. And then we're going to look at what this means for M&A activity going forward. Now, this is not specific to the FMCG industry, although it is relevant to the FMCG industry. It actually is relevant to all industries and all merger activity. We will then look at sort of what comes next, where to from here. So with that, I think let's get straight into it. And so, Aziz, if I can ask you the first question, and that is, how does public interest fit into the framework of merger control?
Thanks so much, Joss. And perhaps taking it a step back, when we look at merger control from a South African perspective, it has a bit of a nuance in the sense that it's not a pure look at what are considered traditional traditional merger control standards, which typically just look at a transaction and say, does this transaction make the world worse off having regard to competition concerns? Are prices going to be higher as a result of this merger? Is this merger going to make the market more likely to lead to competitors colluding? So that's kind of a very traditional competition law lens. Now, having regard to where we come from as a country, our merger control assessment and the Competition Act comes from a different perspective. And it says that it wouldn't be correct to only look at pure competition concerns, having regard to South Africa's history, its tradition, and the structure of our very unequal economy. And as a result of this, we then enter the dual considerations of both pure competition concerns as well as public interest considerations. So that's kind of the starting point and the framework and the entry point for South Africa's merger control regime, which is informed by this really transformative agenda. So now when we look at the broad framework, this kind of sets out what our competition authorities will assess. So the first question they say, well, is the transaction going to result in SPLC, as we'd say in competition terms, but a substantial prevention or lessening of competition? Now, to the extent that it does, we then consider whether the merger will result in any technological efficiency or other pro-competitive gains that will offset the substantial prevention or lessening of competition. To the extent that it does, we then move to a third inquiry where we look as to whether the merger can be justified on substantial public interest grounds. But that's only one side of the assessment, because given the importance of public interest considerations, the overriding test, or one side of the test, is that notwithstanding whether the merger will result in the substantial prevention or lessening of competition, you still have to consider whether the merger can or can't be justified on substantial public interest grounds. And that really just shows the extent to which our merger framework considers both a pure competition assessment as well as a public interest framework to be important.
That's quite right, thanks. And essentially, I think where we've come out, right, is that merger assessment considers economic issues and public interest issues to be equal in weight. And in fact, we're seeing that public interest issues have almost overtaken economic issues in consideration. So to move on, what are the factors, the public interest grounds that are considered by the Commission when they are doing this analysis of the, can a merger be justified on public interest grounds?
Thanks, Joss. So before the Competition Amendment Act of 2018, we had sort of three buckets of public interest considerations that were traditionally considered by the authorities. Now, these were, you would assess the extent to which a merger would have an effect on a particular industry sector or region. You would also assess the ability of national industries to compete in international markets, kind of a national champion type argument. And as I'm sure many of you would know, we would, and what was, and is still an important consideration, was employment, where the competition authorities would consider a deep dive and say, will this transaction result in retrenchments? And can that be offset? Have they engaged in an assessment to try and, prevent any kind of retrenchments, just given our high unemployment rates as well? Now, in 2018, with the Competition Amendment Act, and really the imperative from an industrial perspective, industrial policy perspective coming through, of to focus again on the transformational agenda, 2 additional criteria have been introduced. Now, in addition to the 3 I've mentioned, the competition authorities are also instructed to consider the ability, the impact that a transaction will have on the ability of SMMEs, of firms owned or controlled by historically disadvantaged persons, to effectively enter into or participate and expand within a particular market. And kind of really the subject and the meat of today's assessment, the impact that a proposed transaction will have on the promotion of a greater spread of ownership, in particular looking at increasing the levels of ownership in the market by historically disadvantaged persons, as well as workers and firms within the particular market.
Thanks. And so the assessments that they did historically often resulted in conditions, but prior to this, we saw mostly employment conditions, right? So those who've engaged in a merger prior to this will be aware that, moratoria on retrenchments or undertakings, to employ a set number of people, etc., were fairly commonplace. But following these amendments, what did we then see? And maybe, on the screen is this sort of, what is the significance of the Burger King decision, but maybe start us with the period before the Burger King decision, which, sort of followed the promulgation of this new amendment with introducing this new criteria, and what happened after that.
Thanks, Joss. So as you correctly said, before the amendment in 2018, the focus was really, and, as advisors, we were very much attuned to the Commission's considerations on employment. Now, before sort of the Burger King decision, which was the hallmark and watershed moment having regard to this ownership condition, if we sort of, from our own internal assessment of the Commission's case law, in having considered sort of 154 large mergers, we found that 75% were approved without conditions, and 25% were approved with conditions. Now, focusing specifically on those transactions approved with conditions, 21% of those transactions had a public interest condition imposed on them. But sort of drilling down specifically to the ownership point, we found that only 2.6 included the obligation on ownership. Now, as we kind of look around this timeline, we then kind of sort of midway through the screen see where the Commission blocks EPC's acquisition of Burger King. Now, just by way of background, for those who may be unfamiliar, essentially EPC is a foreign-owned entity and it sought to acquire the Burger King franchise in South Africa. From a pure competition and economic perspective, there was no harm caused by the transaction. But what the transaction did is that it resulted in the ownership percentage. So the entity, the acquiring group that had previously owned Burger King had an ownership percentage of around 68%. Now, because EPC was completely foreign owned, them coming in would result in the HDP ownership falling from 68% to 0. This was the first case that the competition authorities actually prohibited a transaction, or recommended rather that the transaction be prohibited, having regard to what they considered this very detrimental impact from a HDP ownership perspective. This transaction was ultimately, the Commission and the merging parties presented a bundle of sweeteners, and it was negotiated, and ultimately this transaction was approved. But various public interest commitments had to be made by EPC coming in. Now,
and so this was a turning point in the sense that up till now, no merger had ever been prohibited on the basis of purely public interest considerations, right? We're talking about a brand new entrant who had no activities in South Africa, so there was no overlap, there were no economic issues at all, and then it was outright prohibited, which was, I mean, it sent shockwaves through the competition community, right? In that we had never had any expectation that a merger could be prohibited purely on the basis of public interest grounds, but also on the basis of a single public interest ground, because up until this point, public interest had been looked at sort of collectively, right? As a combination of all those factors we spoke about on the previous slide. There was this sort of collective assessment of, is this transaction in the public interest or is it not in the public interest? And here we were, there were no job losses, there were none of the other public interest factors were present, but the loss of HDP ownership from the 68% odd to 0 was the single basis on which this transaction was prohibited. So it certainly did change the perspective on which these things were assessed, right?
No, completely, Joss. I mean, up until this point, our understanding and the construction of how public interest was viewed has always been considered. We think of it as sort of a basket of factors, and you have to consider each of those factors within the basket, as opposed to focusing on a singular consideration. You could kind of have a net effect within that basket. But this was then swiftly followed by, from the Burger King decision, the Commission communicating to sort of competition practitioners more generally that there had been a policy shift in the manner in which the Commission was now looking at mergers. And there was really going to be an intense focus and drill down on how each individual transaction had an impact on HDP status. And you really had to interrogate that point and justify quite heavily any potential adverse effects. Now, what was useful and has been useful from the tribunal has been some case law that has started to come through that has kind of re-emphasized again that this concept of a basket of goods, where you can't just look at one factor in isolation and you have to consider the net effect.
And if we talk about the months following the Burger King decision, the after Burger King, how are those stats different?
Now, if we have a look at sort of the 20-month period, ABK, after Burger King as we refer to it, looking at now 191 large mergers that were assessed by us during this period, 61% were approved without conditions, 39% were approved with conditions, so already a bit of a marked difference from the pre-Burger King era. And then of those conditions that were approved, of those mergers that were approved with conditions, 34% were approved with a public interest condition. Of those approved with a public interest condition, 16% included a condition relating to ownership, but specifically, now looking at the conditional approvals, 42% included one related to the ownership percentage. So having a look specifically at the 2-year period before Burger King and the 25-month period after Burger King, to our minds, there's a marked difference. And it is very clear that the Commission's policy shift and the manner in which they're interrogating has really been to focus on this ownership point.
So maybe just for by way of explanation for the audience's benefit, the kinds of conditions that are being imposed here are things like requiring merging parties to implement an ESOP, an employee share ownership program. So even though that may not have been part of the commercials at the outset of the deal, there is a condition that the merging parties make available roughly 5% of the shares in the merged entity to employees as part of an employee share ownership program. Or there is an undertaking that parties enter into some kind of BEE transaction for a percentage. There is this notion that parties must make good to the extent there is any dilution. And in fact, what we have seen during this period is in some cases, it's not even about making good. There is this policy shift that Aziza referenced a moment ago, is this notion that somehow the requirement is to make a positive contribution, even where there is no dilution or no reduction in HDP or worker ownership. And so what we were seeing there is this 42% increase, really, or 42% of all conditions imposed related to this issue, to this very ownership issue. So that sort of was sort of the period post Burger King. What's happened since? What does the recent data tell us since, these couple of decisions that came out of the tribunal that we thought would bring some clarity, but since March, April this year, what have we seen since?
So while I think as practitioners in the, in the sector, we were hoping that these decisions would sort of steer the Commission's thinking, we haven't seen that sort of filtered through filtered through to the decisions of the Commission. And there is still a very, sort of a smaller snapshot since April 2023. We're still seeing a number of mergers approved on a conditional basis. If anything, it's gone up significantly. We're now looking at 57%. Specifically, 57% of those approved with conditions specifically relate to a condition impacting on the public interest assessment. And then specifically of those conditional approvals, we're seeing 35% approved on the ownership point. So we haven't seen this downward trajectory that we've been hoping for. The Commission is sticking to its guns and is really focused on the transformative agenda, which it should be, but it seems to us perhaps elevating it above all other public interest criteria.
Yep. And so let's maybe talk about how the Commission approaches this assessment. What are the considerations that it follows? And I know what we'll touch on, the Commission has launched these draft guidelines on, sort of how it intends to approach public interest. Maybe let's go through some of that.
Very happy to. So what we thought would be useful before we look at how the public interest guidelines have changed the manner in which the Commission specifically looks at the greater spread of ownership point was to kind of take a step back and say, so what is the general approach that the Commission will typically look at in assessing public interest considerations? Now, this has been laid through previous guidelines and in practice how we've experienced the Commission's excuse me, approach. The first step is they look at what is the likely effect of the merger on each public interest factor. Now, in sort of trying to understand the effect, the Commission requires parties to submit both qualitative and quantitative data to reinforce the claims regarding the effect of a merger on public interest. So, you know, for instance, if we were to look at employment, for example, you would have to, you know, the typical information that they may have would be to look at, you know, if there have been any recent retrenchments within a year period prior to the merging parties announcing a merger. So that's the kind of sort of evidence that if they go on a bit of a fact-finding mission. If there's no such effect, generally that's where the inquiry stops. However, to the extent that there is an effect, this assessment then proceeds further. And then you then look at whether this effect is substantial. Is it something that we need to concern ourselves with? Is it something that rises to the level of inquiry that is required by the Competition Act? To the extent that the effect is then negative, merger specific, and substantial, the Commission then will require remedies, and these remedies will then be required sort of on a like-for-like basis in order to counter, because we're always looking at the balancing of scales to counteract this substantial negative impact. To the extent that, you know, there are no countervailing public interest considerations that can outweigh this impact, the Commission will then, on a case-by-case basis, consider sort of, you know, now they've moved from the specific and they're looking into the other public interest sectors to see, is there any other consideration, public interest consideration that can remedy, you know, this? So there's a negative impact on employment, but does the merger lead to the creation of a national champion, which would then, you know, promote South African goods, you know, to the extent that, you know, a merger may have an adverse impact on a particular sector, but look, it's now led to the creation of 300 jobs. So it's this kind of basket effect was where we always understood and is in fact the construction of the Competition Act.
And so, you know, maybe just the kinds of weighing up that we used to do, and we'll get on to, you know, sort of how things are looking now. You know, job losses were always something that all merging parties tried to avoid. You know, historically, coming out of the global stage, efficiencies that were extracted from job losses were considered a positive in a merger. That was never the case in South Africa, but sometimes it was the less of two evils. So this counterweight was, is the business in trouble? Is it in distress? Might all the people lose their jobs if this merger doesn't go through? Is it therefore not better to allow 20 people to lose their jobs and save the rest? It's that kind of weighing up assessment. So not just, you know, between all the different factors, but within the factors themselves, there was always this weighing up of all of the different factors. And that was really, you know, sort of the work that one would do historically on these kinds of assessments. So let's look at what's changed. I mean, you know, I think what's changed, or what is likely to change, shall we say, these are still draft public interest guidelines, right? I think there's change. This is not the first period of change. The change that we first saw in relation to the employment issues came about probably eight or so years ago, maybe longer than that, which saw the regime that we currently are working in now. And I think there's always teething problems, and we accept that, right? So there's always that period of uncertainty going into a new legislative framework or interpretive framework. But maybe let's take everybody through it, and we can try and tell them what we think is likely to happen and how it's going to go forward.
So having, you know, considered the various 5 factors, we've seen, you know, the public interest guidelines seem to introduce a little bit of nuance or sort of, you know, different focus areas for some of the other public interest considerations. So if we have regard to, you know, the effect on a public interest on a particular industry sector or region, you know, the Commission's just underscored the fact that, you know, in line with sort of ESG imperatives, the Commission will consider the effect of the merger on the development, environmental sustainability, and employment. So just kind of underscoring that environmental sustainability point that we hadn't previously seen come through. You know, looking at the other public interest consideration around the ability of SMMEs or firms controlled by HDPs to enter and expand within the market, you know, the types of factors that the Commission will consider specifically, you know, they're looking to see that entries facilitated, are there training opportunities, is there access to funding, continuity of business. So I think all, to be honest, quite neutral and sensible considerations that we don't necessarily have, you know, didn't necessarily raise alarm or concern. But I think if we then look specifically at the manner in which the framework for the assessment of ownership has changed, that's really where we see a fundamental shift in jurisprudence from the Commission.
Yeah, so, well, let's talk about how that approach has changed. And maybe just to touch on the phraseology before we get into some of this detail. Do you think that it's got to do with how the provisions are couched in the Competition Act? So the first four factors say, and forgive me, I can't remember the exact words, but we assess the impact of the transaction on those factors. And here we talk about a promotion. And is that what distinguishes, you know, the promotion of a greater spread of ownership? Is that the thing that makes the difference in approach? Because it is a fundamentally different approach that the authorities seem to be taking on this factor versus the other factors listed in the Act.
I mean, I think just that raises an interesting point, and that has been some of the pushback that we've experienced from the Commission. While there is a specific reference to promotion, our perspective has always been, but it is still phrased, it hasn't removed or shifted the construction of the language. It hasn't suddenly elevated the promotion of a greater spread of ownership above any other public interest criteria. So you have to, and, you know, looking at, I remember the, you know, varsity and rules of interpretation, you have to look at it contextually. It is incorrect to sort of look at the exact language and somehow elevate it above everything else, because the technical construction of these sections hasn't changed. So that would be, you know, and perhaps this is where guidance and case law from the tribunal would absolutely, you know, help drive this point. But we don't believe that now requires a fundamental shift in the way in which this section is understood and unpacked.
But it seems almost like the Commission has taken this policy position and, you know, is driving that policy through the language. Well, let's talk about the draft guidelines and how they're looking to approach this section.
Absolutely. And now, in terms of the Competition Act, the Competition Act allows, under Section 79, the Commission to sort of set out and issue guidelines which are useful and allowing sort of, you know, the public at large and, you know, competition practitioners to understand how the Commission is going to interpret particular sections of the Act. So this is usually where the kind of contentious issues or there's possibility for room for different interpretations. Importantly, guidelines don't have the status of law, but they are an important consideration because they set out that it's kind of a little cheat code of the Commissioner saying, this is how I'm thinking. So, you know, you're kind of instructed to take it into your confidence in unpacking these issues. So what the guidelines have said in relation to ownership is the point of departure is that all mergers are expected to give rise to a promotion of a greater spread of ownership. So that's our opening gambit. That's the starting point. And they expressly say that Section 12A 3E confers a positive obligation on merging parties to promote a greater spread of ownership, especially amongst historically disadvantaged persons and workers. As such, the merging parties are therefore required to proactively address concentration and ownership concerns within market. And now the failure to do so can potentially impact the overall justifiability of a merge on public interest grounds. So again, we see this departure from the previous assessment where we considered a basket of goods, because in effect, if you interpret this, they're saying, while there may be other positive public interest considerations, the failure to meet the singular criteria could lead to an overall negative impact on public interest considerations and potentially sink your transaction, is kind of the footnote on this. Another thing that's come through is that this applies to all mergers having an effect in South Africa. Now, this extending to foreign transactions. And when we're referring to foreign transactions, we're referring to instances where there are two overseas parties, for instance, who may have sort of sales into South Africa and are therefore strictly caught by the provisions of the Act. Of course, to the extent that you meet the underlying requirements, it must be notified. But you're now having these foreign entities who don't have, even operations or physical presence in South Africa, having to comply with, merger conditions that are quite far removed from them. And it is, making it quite difficult for such parties. Looking at the assessment factors, the types of considerations that the commission specifically considering are the extent of dilution or the increase of HDP worker shareholding post-merger. So that's kind of an a la Burger King type situation. They're looking at whether the transaction can result in the promotion or the participation through board representative or shareholdings, the number of workers who are employed, the size of the merging parties in South Africa. And they specifically want, shareholdings that ensure participation in productive, activities, which would be considered above sort of, pure economic or financial interests. And I think just to underscore, all of these factors are, of course, positive in the sense that, when we look at our framework and where we come from, our concern, however, is the singular focus and the seeming elevation of this above all other criteria, which is not provided for in the Act. Above, even competition considerations potentially. This is not the framework that is provided for by the Act. The Commission is a creature of statute. It draws its power and its abilities from the Competition Act. If it's not set out in the Competition Act, it doesn't have the jurisdiction to act outside of it. These guidelines seem to potentially act outside of the framework within which the Commission is constituted and allowed to act.
And I think, we also are seeing, and I know we get to it a little bit later, but maybe I'll just share an anecdote that is sort of on my desk at the moment. There's some unintended consequences of these things. And I know we will get to some of those, but I have a live issue where I have a client who intends to do a merger and knows that during the course of that merger, it's a family-owned business, they are going to have to do something on the public interest, right? They're going to have to either offer up an ESOP or a shareholding to a BEE player at some point, and they know that that is what is in store for them, and we've explained the process that they're going to have to go through. But in the interim, they have now been approached by one of their suppliers who tells them they're exiting the country and are going to fire all their staff. They have no more desire to remain in the country, and they're going to be exiting. So our client says, well, don't exit. Let me buy your stock and let me take over your employees and your agencies and things so that I can save some jobs. So then I say to him, well, that's lovely of you, but you'll need to notify that as well. And he says, well, the problem is that I can't give up something on the public interest to save these jobs now, and then do another merger, my actual merger that I've got down the line, and give up something else, as in another ESOP or another shareholding that he hadn't intended to. So he says, so maybe now I just have to take the stock and let the supplier exit and fire all their employees. That's a terrible outcome for the public interest, right? That is a terrible outcome for the country. That's a terrible outcome for jobs. That can't be the consequences that we're trying to achieve by these public interest outcomes. And I think it just demonstrates that elevating the ownership criteria above the other criteria has these kinds of knock-on consequences. When companies can't sustain, for various reasons, they can't sustain a repeat HDP ownership or worker ownership condition, deal after deal after deal, and keep adding to those things. It makes the business potentially unsustainable. So I think just to highlight the point you were making, but let's talk about what the implications are for these M&A deals, and there are many.
Absolutely, Joss. Now, we've kind of tried to look at, the various implications for M&A deals, but also focusing practically on what we've seen the Commission's kind of latched onto in quite great detail. So the Commission has proposed various categories of remedies that can sort of assist, alleviate, or cure the, alleged failure to promote a greater spread of ownership. These include commitments to conclude alternative ownership agreements with HDP and workers, divestments to HDP shareholders, which then would create a greater spread of ownership, and sort of point 3 and 4, which we've really seen a kind of the Commission's preferred ways out, sort of the establishment of ESOPs as well as HDP transactions. Now, when we kind of unpack what is required or the guidelines that are provided by the Commission in each of these, we see that they're actually quite, or can be quite onerous. Now, looking specifically at the establishment of ESOPs, the Commission requires, in terms of its guidelines, that the ESOPs should remedy the full extent of the dilution. So to the extent that a transaction, for instance, would give rise to a 10% decrease in the level of HDP ownership, the Commission requires parties to compensate or to make good on that 10%. It has to be sort of a like-for-like exchange. But absent that, at a bare minimum, even if there's no dilution, because now, to always put it in context, this isn't just in instances where there's a dilution, it's for every transaction, even if it has a neutral impact. So what we're talking about is a transaction where it's going, let's say, from zero HDP ownership to zero. The Commission still requires this promotion. So even where there's no dilution, a proposed ESOP could be proposed where, the HDP ownership would be required at like 5%, for instance. Workers must not be required to pay to participate. And merging parties are required to make provision for this, which in some instances requires, merging parties to now pay for legal, financial, and other experts, which again just seems, it's unusual and seems to be taking advantage of the merging parties in this instance, who are trying to get a deal through and are now required to pay for third parties' financial and legal costs. The merging parties must also provide vendor financing and ensure that this vendor financing is interest-free, and any dividend policy that's provided for, there must be sort of a trickle dividend at a minimum ratio of 35 to 65%. Now, when we look at the establishment of HDP transactions as a solve for any perceived, failure to promote a greater spread of ownership, in terms of the guidelines, the Commission has said that HDP ownership should have no less than 25+1 share and should ideally confer control on HDPs. Now, this for us is cause for concern because, it also conflates two concepts. It conflates potential ownership and control. I may own 3 or 4 shares within a structure, but the requirement to now confer ownership has the potential to completely fundamentally and undermine and take away sort of merging parties' commercial ability to structure deals as and how they see fit, which is obviously of great concern to or it should be of great concern to a business community at large. It's hamstringing merging parties' ability to sort of go forth and engage in deals as they see fit. The commission does.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Sorry, carry on.
No, please feel free, Joss.
No, I was saying, that's an extraordinary requirement in the sense that, there are parties who are engaging in a BEE transaction as, part of their business strategy, and they sort of structure it in this way. But then in addition to that, they also engage in M&A activity in the ordinary course. And this is really saying that, you can't really engage in M&A activity without also engaging in a full-blown BEE strategy at the same time. It really is changing the fundamental commercials and economics of a deal that may be unintended. And also, just to reiterate, this may well apply to foreign entities, right? This is not just South African entities that we're talking about here. So sorry, do carry on.
No, absolutely. And that's another sort of unintended consequence is if you think about it, if you are now, an entity which does have, an empowered entity which wants to realize a potential investment they've had in a particular business, they now are required to find a buyer who potentially has a higher BEE scorecard than they do. Otherwise, they can't sell. So another unintended consequence is the very people that you are trying to benefit, you are hamstringing them and preventing them from realizing an investment because they understand that potentially, unless this has a positive effect, the commission would prohibit this deal. So these are the types of problems that unfortunately perhaps were not thought of, but have real life consequences.
And maybe just to add on to that, so it's, so BEE shareholders wanting to exit first have to find somebody who's got a better status than them, but also that person has to be willing, to pay more because they have to, if they can't find somebody who has a better BEE status, which I think is, obviously if it's 100% black-owned business, very hard to find somebody with a better status. So if there is some other buyer out there, they will have to pay more because they will have to finance an ESOP or finance a BEE transaction, as the case may be, which means that it makes it even harder for a BEE shareholder to exit their investment, which surely is the point, is you want to be able to realize your investment and enjoy the fruits of that and potentially go on to invest in other things. So yeah, it's those kinds of unintended consequences that I think we're grappling with, and we no doubt will see business grappling with, should these draft guidelines become more permanent.
Absolutely, Joss. And as the competition practitioners who are kind of advising merging parties, we see this kind of day-to-day and more. Someone says, I have a deal, but I don't have the ability or the time, or simply this is how I want to negotiate the deal. I don't want the commission to have to impose a separate HDP or BEE transaction. That wasn't what I had envisioned. So it is a difficult environment that we're finding, that we're navigating. And as you said, these are still draft guidelines, but on the ground, the commission in practice and in approach has, to a certain extent, already adopted these guidelines, or at least a large part of them, because we've been struggling and navigating our way through this for at least the last couple of years.
I know we've got a few questions with 9 minutes left. Do you want to maybe just talk about what comes next, and then we'll see if we can try and get to the questions. I think some of the questions may be answered if we look at what comes next.
Absolutely. So, you know, what we're now saying is, okay, this is the environment, this is the current environment that we're in. How can we best advise merging parties who have deals on the cards to navigate this space? Our starting point is awareness. You need to understand the Commission's kind of imperatives and the impact on public interest, and the fact that you will necessarily be called to engage with this criteria. The second you do your merger or notifiability assessment, you hit the thresholds, your transaction will have to answer, to the extent there's a negative effect, more so, but any transaction is going to have to grapple with this public interest criteria. You have to kind of plan and take almost a creative approach, which means really sitting down, looking on a case-by-case basis of the particulars of a transaction and seeing what arguments can best be put forward to try and motivate for a transaction. Is there scope to, what there's scope to do, what the merging parties are able to do. So you almost step forward to the competition authorities in your assessment with your best foot forward. Kind of a reactive approach will not do it. You'll always be on the back foot. And it's just, it hasn't served parties well. So an awareness, looking at the facts, constructing with your legal advisor a solution, trying to hold your ground, but ultimately being practical and pragmatic.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I think what we expect is that this is here to stay. I remember well when there was an outcry over the Commission's stance on the employment issues. And I remember Minister Patel saying quite clearly, it will become the new normal and everybody will know what to expect and everybody will be okay with it. And I think the issue has always been one of certainty and predictability, right? That's what parties want to know. And so in a sense, we're in that transition period now, because he was right. I mean, maybe people aren't happy about it, but he was right that the employment issues became more predictable, more certain, and everybody knows what to expect. So it was sort of settled in that sense. So we are in this transition period. There is no doubt that it is having an impact on mergers. I think to answer, sorry, I just popped into the Q&A box and I saw the last question first, but which I'll quickly answer, Viwe, is yes, we are seeing a downturn in mergers. I think there is a downturn globally. So I think economic conditions are not great for mergers generally. So yes, there's a downturn, but certainly we do see parties apprehensive about approaching the South African competition authorities. We do a lot of multi-jurisdictional work and we do see parties reluctant to be in front of the South African authorities. Whether they are tracking that, as a consequence of their policy decision, I'm not sure. So, that is, I don't know that they take into account, despite the feedback that we give them and the arguments that we make, it doesn't seem to be, acting as a deterrent on their path. Then to get to the next question, sorry, I know we have 5 minutes left. Gwyn has asked, have the implications for the commercial agricultural sector been assessed? So the agricultural sector is very much on the Commission's agenda, and they've done quite a lot of work into that, not all of which I think we would agree with, but I don't think they have assessed specifically the implications of the public interest guidelines on the sector. I mean, maybe to say, I do believe that the Commission is approaching this, because it wants to do the right thing. I don't think they're, sort of deliberately trying to deter investment or deliberately trying to impact sectors negatively. They really genuinely are trying to achieve transformative goals here, which are laudable. I do think they are trying to, expand ownership. They are trying to save jobs. They're trying to do all of the right things. I just think, that there are some aspects of these guidelines and the policy decisions that they're taking that can have the opposite effect and have a set of unintended consequences that are likely to deter foreign investment, to deter investment generally, and will impact some of the sectors in a negative way.
Yeah. Just to add on to that, absolutely none of this, the transformative agenda is not up for debate. That is that is an absolute necessity. It's enshrined in the Constitution. It's in the Competition Act itself. What we are debating is the how. How are we getting from point A to point B? What is the correct mechanism to involve? Does the Competition Act provide the appropriate framework? So all we're discussing is the how, not the why. Absolutely.
No, quite right. The next, Rita has a question. How do international investors navigate through the guidelines, particularly as they're not dealt with in the Act? So you're quite right in that the Act doesn't distinguish between, international investors and local companies. The tests are the tests, and sometimes, as Aziza mentioned earlier, a foreign business that simply has sales into South Africa without having operations or employees or a subsidiary on the ground can be caught by our tests and will therefore be subject to the jurisdiction of the competition authorities. And so we have to navigate them, through the same way we do local entities. It's tough. It's tough because the Commission has sought, sometimes with success and sometimes not, but has sought to impose these kinds of conditions on international companies. So, where international companies have local subsidiaries, then it's almost easier to ring fence the remedies they seek in the local subsidiaries. It becomes much, much harder when they don't have, any kind of local entity, and we have to somehow solve for it at the group level. It becomes very, very hard. And as you can imagine, we push back very, very hard. And we have had some success in pushing back for foreign entities. And then with 1 minute to go, I think we have a last question. Does public interest extend to the increasing focus on the rights of Indigenous peoples affect M&A, e.g. United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in the 22 Montreal Global Framework? So the Commission has, sort of ESG broadly on its agenda. It isn't the focus, and it's not so much, the sort of Indigenous peoples from that perspective as it is the sort of historical framework that is specific to South Africa. The apartheid regime that led to the skewed economy and the attempt to rectify that and really transform the economy out of this very, very skewed ownership. And that's really been the focus from the Commission's perspective. It is 10 o'clock on the dot. I don't want to take up any more of the time. Thank you very much, Aziz, and thank you for all of the questions. If there are other questions, feel free to send them through. We'll try and get to them. And next up, we have Era, who's going to talk to us about both FICA and POPIA. And I'm not going to take another 30 seconds even. I'm going to hand over straight to you, Era. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn and Aziza. Wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed the part I saw. So yes, in my session, I am going to discuss the Financial Intelligence Center Act and the recent changes to it that were also not that recent anymore. It happened towards the end of last year, but there's still a lot of misconception about it. So FICA, and I'm also going to discuss business email compromise, including the case that ENS lost, so a case quite close to home, but which we are appealing. But let's start off with the Financial Intelligence Center Act, or FICA. If you do have any questions, please pop them in the Q&A. I think we will have plenty of time to get to them. And if we don't, I will provide email responses. So please do send your email questions in the Q&A. And yes, I'm incredibly excited to speak to you about the changes to FICA. But before we get into FICA, and I know there's been a lot of negativity around FICA and why do we have all these extra obligations imposed on us, let's first see what FICA is about. So first of all, FICA is aimed at combating money laundering, terrorism, the financing of terrorism, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. So what is money laundering? Now, we've all heard the term money laundering, but very often I find that people don't really know what money laundering is. What is money laundering? Now, money laundering in its simplest term is taking dirty money and washing it, trying to get it into our banking system, taking proceeds of unlawful activities. And these unlawful activities could be the most horrendous activities, such as human trafficking, drug dealing, hijacking. So we're taking this funds that we got from horrible sources, and we try and pretend that these are legitimate funds. So we try and get it into the banking system and pretend these are normal, legitimate originated funds so that we can do EFTs and the like, because not even crooks want to have their cash in a suitcase under their beds. So this term actually originated from Al Capone. So Al Capone tried to wash his money that he got from racketeering, illegal alcohol sales, and so on, and he set up laundromats, and that is where the term money laundering originated from. FICA is also aimed at counter-terrorist financing, and I don't think I need to explain to you what terrorist financing is. Terrorist financing is when you finance the likes of 9/11. So clearly that's not a great thing, and we don't want to assist in the financing of terrorism. And then what was added by the amendments last year, so we didn't have a focus on this before, but added by the amendments that we are going to discuss today, is we also want to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. And what is this? This is spreading nukes. So disseminating, spreading, financing nukes. Of course, also not a great thing. So we all have now heard about FATF, certainly towards the end of last year. It was in all the media. So the Financial Action Task Force, what is FATF? So FATF's inspection led directly to the amendments that we are going to discuss in terms of FICA. But what is FATF? It's an independent intergovernmental body, which is basically the watchdog of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing and the like. So you get members of FATF, and South Africa is one of the founding members of FATF, and the members of FATF need to comply with the FATF's recommendations. And the FATF makes recommendations, and we need to write those recommendations into our local laws. So because FATF doesn't have jurisdiction in South Africa to make laws, that is the job of Parliament. It makes recommendations, and we need to write those recommendations into our laws, including FICA. But the problem is, if we don't write those laws into our local laws, or we don't implement those laws, then we can get kicked out of the FATF, worst case scenario, or be grey listed, which is what happened to us. So FATF did a mutual evaluation process in 2019, and a mutual evaluation is a fancy term for an inspection. So in 2019, they inspected South Africa, including our laws and compliance with our laws, are the crooks sitting in jail, and they found out of 40 ratings, we score partially compliant with about half of them. So we failed. So FATF said to us, we are going to come back towards the end of 2022 and see what you've done to fix the gaps that we have identified. And if you haven't fixed those gaps adequately, we are going to grey list you. During 2022, we then started passing lots of amendments to our legislation to try and at least get the technical compliance or the academic compliance right. But we didn't satisfy FATF when they came back and did their final review. And they placed us on the FATF grey list in February this year. Now, what does it mean to be on the FATF grey list? Ordinary terms, it means it looks like South Africa is a country where crooks like to live because they get away with it. Our laws aren't adequate, and even if they do break the laws that we do have, then they don't go to jail. Prosecutions are not successful. So what happens if we're on the grey list is any of our counterparties overseas, if they want to invest in South Africa, if they want to enter into business deals with South Africa, in terms of their own legislation, if they're members of the FATF, they need to do an enhanced due diligence on us. So they need to make sure that who they're dealing with in South Africa would not be money launderers, terrorists, and so on. It makes it expensive for them to deal with us. And sometimes group policies say they cannot deal with an entity who's in a grey listed country. So it is not good for our budget to be on the grey list. So quite clearly, we want to get off the grey list. The grey listed countries include Nigeria, Cambodia, Cayman Islands, Burkina Faso, Albania, Yemen, Pakistan, and Syria. So when we try to fix our academic compliance, our technical compliance, we made a number of changes to our anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing legislation. We changed the schedules to FICA, which I'm going to focus on today. So the amendments were published on the 29th of November last year, and they became effective on 19 December 2022. Now, the way FICA is drafted is we've got the Act, and at the back, as an annexure, we've got various schedules. And the first schedule, Schedule 1, sets out who accountable institutions are. Now, the old accountable institutions, banks, lawyers, financial services providers, and so on. But when you are an accountable institution, it means you have to comply with the nitty-gritty of FICA. You have to comply with all the obligations imposed on accountable institutions like banks in terms of FICA. So we saw a number of amendments to Schedule 1, and we got a whole lot of new accountable institutions, which we are going to discuss today. And a lot of the institutions don't know that they are accountable institutions yet. A lot of institutions think that they can avoid FICA applying to them by not registering. That is not the case. These obligations have already kicked in on 19 December last year. So I know another rumor that was going around was that there was a suspension of FICA for 18 months, and you didn't have to comply with it for 18 months. We are going to discuss that, and that is simply not the case. So since last December, if you meet the definition of accountable institution, you are supposed to comply with the provisions in FICA obliging accountable institutions, for example, to do customer due diligence, which we are going to discuss. By the way, any person who does business in South Africa is supposed to report unusual and suspicious transactions to the Financial Intelligence Center, the FIC, under Section 29 of FICA, and that is still the case. So that doesn't only apply to accountable institutions, but the majority of the other provisions in FICA apply to accountable institutions only. So soon we are going to discuss who the new accountable institutions are and what it means to be an accountable institution. We also saw the General Laws Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Amendment Act being passed. That was not the law that changed the schedules to FICA. It was not the law that introduced the new accountable institutions, but this law changed 5 statutes, including FICA and the Companies Act, and the Trust Property Control Act, and it brought in a lot of requirements relating to beneficial ownership, because beneficial ownership was one of the things flagged by the FATF when they did an evaluation of us. Who is the beneficial owner? The beneficial owner is the warm body, the human being behind a juristic person or partnership or trust who eventually pockets the money. And you will know that there are all sorts of new obligations to make disclosures, beneficial ownership disclosures to the master, and also to the CIPC. If you need any more information on that, please contact us. And then we've got the POPIA Amendment Act, the Protection of Constitutional Democracy Against Terrorism and Related Activities Amendment Act. So this is our anti-terrorism law, which was also amended. And in terms of this law, one of the main provisions is that we cannot deal with anybody who has been sanctioned by the United Nations. So previously, those United Nations sanctions had to be recognized into our law, but that is no longer the case. They would apply automatically. So once the UN has sanctioned a person, we cannot do business with that person. So the new accountable institutions that were added by that government notice that came out at the end of November last year are the following: life insurance business, excluding reinsurance business, credit providers under the National Credit Act, and credit providers who are not subject to the NCA. Now, basically, the NCA kicks in if you are providing credit to juristic persons with an annual turnover or value below R1 million, or to human beings. And incredibly importantly, you charge a fee on interest, or you call it something else, but you charge a fee for the deferral of payment or in terms of your agreement. That triggers the NCA. But what FICA said is it's not only credit providers in terms of the NCA that can be involved in money laundering and all the other bad things. It could also be credit providers excluded from the NCA, but only because they are providing credit to the government or to juristic persons above R1 million. Very importantly, you still have to charge that fee or interest or other charge to trigger this second category of credit provider. And then we've done numerous opinions on whether incidental credit providers are governed by these provisions. An incidental credit provider is a person who doesn't charge a fee or interest, but if you're late with payment, they charge a default interest, and then 20 days after they start charging a default interest, they become an incidental credit provider. The NCA has got very limited application to them. They, for example, don't have to do affordability assessments. They don't have to register as credit provider, but there are limitations on the interest they can charge and so on. Our conclusion is, and we know it is bizarre in practice because this happens after the fact, this happens after onboarding. Our view is that the intention of the legislation is to include these entities as well as credit providers. A person who's in the business of money or value transfer provider, previously this used to be money remitters, but there's a recognition that money can be laundered not only by remitting money, but also by transmitting value, such as airtime, and that is why this provision was changed. A provision that we've written so many opinions on and had so many debates internally and with our clients is dealers in high value goods, where an item is valued at more than 100,000 Rand in the business. Very importantly, this applies to goods. It doesn't apply to services. So if you provide services, it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply to a basket of goods. So if I sell 10 mobile phones and each phone is 10,000 Rand and they add up to 100,000 Rand, that would not trigger these provisions. But if I sell a TV of 100,000 Rand or more, then I'm likely to be seen to be a dealer in high value goods. The problem we have with this provision is that dealer hasn't been defined. Goods haven't been defined. We know an item must be over 100,000 Rand, but what items are we talking about here? What if I sell grain or fuel in bulk? Would that be on par with selling a diamond? And we think it is because, quite frankly, we think these provisions are drafted quite badly and were passed in a rush when we try to stay off the fattest grey list. So we are really battling to interpret these provisions, and we think that they apply incredibly widely. Overseas, with similar provisions, they are only triggered if you pay above a certain threshold, which is generally higher than our 100,000 Rand threshold, in cash. And generally they are targeted at precious metals and stone and so on. But that is not written into our legislation. We also made submissions in this regard, and we said, please tell us what is meant by a dealer. When do you become a dealer? What is a good? But it wasn't taken into consideration. So we are stuck with the legislation as it is. It is very wide and catches just about anybody who buys or sells or deals in any item, any physical item above 100,000 Rand. And then we've got certain crypto asset service providers. We know that our crypto assets have been on our regulators' radar. We know that they are now also governed in terms of the Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services Act, and it wasn't surprising that they were added as an accountable institution to FICA. Lastly, also a provision, not surprisingly, that has been given us and our clients headaches is certain trustees, and I'll elaborate on that a little bit more. So these provisions say it is a person who carries on the business of preparing for or carrying out transactions, including as a trustee, related to the investment, safekeeping, control, or administering of trust property within the meaning of the Trust Property Control Act. So if you do just about anything with a verb, including if you are a trustee with trust property as defined, then you are an accountable institution. Certain institutions that provide services to companies, including establishing of companies, would also be accountable institutions, but I've chosen today to focus on this trustee provision because that is where we've seen the most questions. Now, if you then turn to the Trust Property Control Act and you look at the meaning of trust property, you will see it's any movable property, it's any immovable property, and includes contingent interests in properties such as shares, which are being administered in accordance with a trust instrument. So invariably, you are going to have something such as shares being administered in terms of a trust deed. So you will be dealing with trust property. And if you go and look at your trust instrument, you will see that the trustees are probably investing, safekeeping, controlling, or administering that trust property. So these trustees, as opposed to the trust itself, each trustee would constitute an accountable institution. So the FIC has been releasing some PCCs. And I see I refer there to draft PCC 6A. Apologies, that's a mistake. It is the correct date. On the 13th of August, FIC issued final PCC 6A. There was a draft PCC before that. It was finalized. And what is a PCC? A public compliance communication. It's basically a guidance note issued by the FIC. They are not binding, but it does tell us how the regulator or the FICA watchdog interprets these provisions. And the only thing that we thought we could play with is what is meant by being in the business of basically being a trustee. When are you in the business of being a trustee? And what the FIC said in PCC 6A is that it's some sort of commercial activity. It's not a charitable undertaking or government institution. So when we're dealing with an NPO or some charity, we could say it doesn't apply. It's not a person acting in their personal capacity, like you are a trustee of a family trust. It's some sort of commercial basis. Now, if you look at employee share schemes, BE trusts, invariably you will find that the trustees are not acting in their personal capacity. It is some sort of commercial activity. It's not a government institution. So if we look at the view, how the FIC interprets business, we think that those trustees fall within the provisions of FICA now. Then in the new PCC, as opposed to the draft PCC, or in the final PCC, as opposed to the draft PCC, the FIC says it's a commercial basis, including where a person offers such activities to be conducted as part of their service offering, regardless of the number of clients that take up the service. Now, some of our clients try to read quite a lot into the sentence, and they try and say that this must be a trust company then. It can't be an individual trustee. I don't think that interpretation is correct. I think that the legislation itself is very wide, and as we know, guidance notes can't change the wording of FICA, and I basically think that whenever you've got a trustee that does something for trust as part of a commercial activity, they are likely to be accountable institutions and must each register as such with a FIC. Dealers in high-value goods, I wanted to point out to you that we've also got a draft BCC 119 that deals with it and gives us some examples. Some of them are quite helpful, others are not. But it does say dealing is to trade, sell, or buy with a focus in the retail sector. Now, the FIC seems to have in the latest webinar said it's not only the retail sector that would trigger dealing, it would also be in the wholesale market. That is on par with the views of FATF and the views of the IMF. And I know a lot of our clients try to say wholesalers aren't caught by these provisions. It can only be when you act in the retail market because of this draft BCC. Again, the draft BCC can't change what our actual legislation says. So I think if you buy or sell goods above 100,000 Rand, wholesale or retail market, it's very likely that you are an accountable institution. Now, if you are an accountable institution, what does that mean? Now, very often I say to my clients, before we get hysterical about the fact that we are accountable institutions, why don't we do a gap analysis and see how hard it is going to comply? It's going to be very difficult to give your board the assurance that you're definitely not an accountable institution. It's going to be very difficult to convince your auditors. It's going to be very difficult to make sure you comply with all your agreements where you promise to comply with all laws. So how hard would it be if we just accept the fact that we are accountable institutions? We don't like it, but we are accountable institutions. How hard is it going to be for us to comply? Now, first of all, you have to appoint a compliance officer, and that person must be within the company. So you have to appoint somebody within your company as your FICA compliance officer. But the FIC does seem to grant some lenience to groups of companies where they can have a centralized compliance function. Then you have to register online for free. Yes, it is free with the FIC Go AML as an accountable institution, also not so difficult to do. You have to develop and implement a risk management and compliance program. And an RMCP is, again, a fancy term for an anti-money laundering policy based on risk. So you have to assess the risk of money laundering and terror financing in your organization. And the higher the risk and the higher the risk of a client, the more we have to do to check that a client is who the client says the client is. We have to do training. And as far as the rule versus the risk-based approach is concerned, before I get to the other obligations in terms of FICA, risk is absolutely key in terms of FICA. We used to have a rule-based approach, and if you guys remember, before 2017, if you, for example, wanted to open a bank account, we were always so frustrated. I know some of us are still frustrated with FICA when we open bank accounts, but you used to have to take your ID book, and you had to have a utility slip, and you had to have proof of your address and so on when you were dealing with an accountable institution. This was replaced by a risk-based approach. And what a risk-based approach means is we still have to identify who we are dealing with. We can't decide we are not going to identify low-risk clients. We still have to identify who we are dealing with. But the verification would be based on risk. So the higher the risk of our client, the more we will do to check that the client is who the client says the client is. And that is where the risk-based approach comes in. Now, incredibly crucial to customize your RMCP. I will tell you just now, we for example, provide templates for RMCPs, but very, very crucial that you do go and customize the risk, because there is no one size fits all for companies. So what is risk? Risk is the likelihood and impact of uncertain events on a set of on set objectives. So the impact can be positive or negative, and the uncertainty is a function of threat, vulnerability, and consequence. Now, what does threat mean? Threat is the bad actors, the groups of people, the objects, the activities, those guys coming for us to use us for money laundering purposes, the baddies. Vulnerabilities is, why are they coming for us? What makes us a target? Are there weaknesses in our systems? Do we, for example, only deal online and not face-to-face with clients? Do we deal in risky jurisdictions, and so on? And then the consequences refer to the impact of this threat exploiting our vulnerability and the impact that materializes. Now, we have to identify the risks, and then we have to implement purposely made or purposely built controls to guard against that risk. So we should implement controls to make sure that our vulnerabilities are not exploited. And we should review those controls on a regular basis and see if they should be amended if we see that we are being used for money laundering purposes. Now, the last few obligations, or not the last few, there are still 3 additional ones, but the additional obligations imposed on accountable institutions are customer due diligence, record keeping and reporting, and we will discuss each one. Your customer due diligence, again, we have to follow a risk-based approach, and we need to do more in respect of clients who are risky. And risky clients could, for example, be politically exposed persons and their family members, those guys that have influence and could likely be involved in money laundering and the likes. Customer identification and verification. So we have to ask the customer who they are and then verify on a risk-based approach if Mickey Mouse is actually Mickey Mouse. And FICA distinguishes between a single transaction, which is usually a once-off transaction, but we could have a few single transactions before we have a business relationship. So, for example, if I open a bank account, it would be a business relationship. But if I, for example, draft a once-off will for a person, it would probably be a single transaction. And we have to identify our business. When do we have a single transaction and when do we have a business relationship? Again, different for each entity. But when we have a single transaction, we can do what I like to call a FICA light. The minute we've got a business relationship, we need to do more. If we're dealing with natural persons, we do less. If we are dealing with those entities that could be used for money laundering purposes, such as trusts and partnerships and juristic persons, we have to do more. And if we have a business relationship, we have to do more. Ongoing due diligence, including transaction monitoring. And this is where know your client comes in. We need to assess whether our client is acting the way our client should be acting. Our client tells us they're a lawyer, they don't earn a lot of money at all. Let's say they get a salary that would be paid by EFT once a month, and the salary is 10,000 Rand per month. All of a sudden, month 3, our client is banking loads of cash, 50,000 Rand at a time. now our client is starting to look like a crook. And we need to pick up that this is not in keeping with what we know about our client. So this is where transaction monitoring comes in, checking what the client said to us, what is their source of income, high-risk clients, what is their source of wealth, and so on. If you doubt the veracity of information given to you, you think somebody's lying, something is dodgy here, or you're unable to conduct your customer due diligence, then you need to start from scratch. And if you can't satisfy yourself with the CDD process, then you cannot enter into transactions with this person, can't enter into a business relationship, or you must terminate an existing business relationship. Very important to make your life easier. Make sure that your terms and conditions speak to this. Make sure that your terms and conditions speak to termination of the relationship so that you don't have contractual disputes that you have to deal with as well. Sanction screening. I've already mentioned to you that in terms of POPIA Tara, we cannot be dealing with entities or persons who have been sanctioned by the UN. But very often when we do sanction screening, we go way beyond the UN sanctions list. We screen for OFAC and Her Majesty's Treasury list and so on. Very often when we use a sanction screening solution, by default, they screen against a lot of these lists. And this is where my favorite piece of legislation kicks in, POPIA, the Protection of Personal Information Act, because very often when you do the sanction screening, you hit special personal information in the form of alleged unlawful conduct or proceedings in respect of alleged unlawful conduct. So not criminal history, not this person has been convicted of terrorist activities, but a suspicion that the person was involved, or adverse media. If you are screening against beyond the UN sanctions lists, you cannot say you're screening in terms of an obligation under law. So please note, the best way to deal with this is to have a consent to do sanction screening against any list you may choose. Now, as far as customer due diligence is concerned, your life becomes significantly harder when you're not dealing only with natural persons, when you are dealing with legal persons, partnerships, and trusts. And there you have to identify and verify beneficial owners as well. I've spoken about beneficial owners, and I've spoken about the General AML Laws Amendment Act that changed the Trust Property Control Act and the Companies Act and FICA and placed additional obligations on disclosure requirements for beneficial owners, and also for accountable institutions identifying and verifying beneficial owners. There's a 3-step test that you must follow in terms of FICA. Please note that the definitions of beneficial ownership, just to make things more complicated, are different in the Trust Property Control Act and the Companies Act and in terms of FICA, but it boils down to finding the human being that pockets the money. The beneficial owner is never going to be a trust or another legal person or partnership. It is going to be a human being. So that is one of the most difficult requirements in practice. Records, we have to keep records relating to our customer due diligence, relating to our transactions, and also reports that we have filed with the FIC. Now, FICA says we need to keep these records for a period of 5 years. Please be aware of Section 24 of the Companies Act, which is a rather strange provision. And it says if you are supposed to keep records in terms of the Companies Act or any other law, including obviously FICA, then you must keep those records for at least 7 years, unless the law requires you to keep it for longer. So again, here we have to tie FICA and POPIA and the Companies Act together. And if you've got a record retention policy, like you should have, dealing with record retention, your FICA documents, and for that matter, any documents required in terms of a law, must be kept for a period of at least 7 years. Common misconception, especially when it comes to dealers in high-value goods, is we don't want to be accountable institutions because then we have to report every single transaction. But that is not the case. There are only certain transactions that we must report, namely cash transactions of 50,000 Rand or more, cold hard cash, notes, coins, and travelers' checks, if anybody still uses travelers' checks, property of terrorists, including property of United Nations sanctioned persons that would be in our possession, suspicious transaction or activity reports, and I've told you that any business in South Africa, including non-accountable institutions, must report these in any event. We must deal with requests made to us from the Financial Intelligence Center and certain entities, including our authorized dealers, our banks, and our international money remitters, our authorized dealers with limited authority, must report international electronic funds transfers. The last three duties that are imposed on accountable institutions have been imposed in terms of FIC directives. Please note, a directive is law. It's got the power of law. It's different to a guidance note and a PCC. The directives that we have is the self-reporting directive, and the self-reporting directive is the confession directive, where you have to own up when you realize you were supposed to file a report, but you missed filing the report. If you were, for example, to file a cash threshold report or a suspicious transaction report and you didn't, then you're supposed to approach the FIC and you're supposed to say to them, we're very sorry, we missed filing a report. Now you're missing some intelligence that we should have given to you, and you're supposed to ask them for a meeting to discuss. Employee screening, we have to screen our employees that are part of the accountable institution. The one thing that we can work with here is that the FIC recognizes that a division can, but strangely enough, not a department, and the two things are actually these days identical. A division could register as an accountable institution. So if you, for example, a high-value dealer and only the sales division makes those high-value sales, then you can register that division with the FIC, and then it would only be the employees in that division that would have to be screened, and you have to screen them for various things, including sanctions and honesty and experience. And then accountable institutions were supposed to make an annual submission to the FIC this year, setting out how they are complying with FICA and how they're implementing their RMCP, and presumably this will be an annual thing. I've mentioned to you that a lot of people think that there is a grey period in which we don't have to, a transition period, that we don't have to comply with FICA. That is not the case. And the FIC itself said, for the first 18 months, we are probably not going to issue financial sanctions. So we're not going to fine you, but we can issue remedial sanctions. And they didn't say they will definitely not. They said they will probably not. And non-compliance with FICA, if you get a naughty notice in the first 18 months, you're lucky enough not to get a fine. In my experience, you know that the FIC will be back in a year or two. And if they find anything wrong that they did warn you about, you can know that you are going to get, or you're very likely to get a fine then. So you don't want to get this naughty notice. You certainly do want to comply. The FIC also released a notice where they said, we know that a lot of new accountable institutions haven't registered yet. You are on our radar. Now, the FIC and FICA definitely a statute with teeth, and non-compliance can lead to administrative sanctions, but it could also lead to 15 years in a nice South African jail cell or fines of 100,000 Rand per offence. And just a little bit of direct marketing here. Angela Itikovitz and I have compiled a FICA toolkit to help companies fast-track FICA compliance, and it includes a guide setting out what your compliance obligations are, a board circular briefing your board, a risk management and compliance template, because this document can take you 100 hours to draft, an hour of FICA training online, which is recordable, an hour of Q&A, and we have also added a compliance officer appointment letter and the letter go AML authorization letter that you need when you register with the FIC. And we sell this toolkit for 100,000 Rand. So if you do need any information, please feel free to contact me. I'm going to move on to my next section, business email compromise. And I'm just mindful of time. And then at the end, I'm sure we'll have some time for Q&A. So business email compromise. After the ENS case, this has been on the radar of many of our clients, certainly on our radar as well. And it should be on everybody's radar because it is incredibly prevalent at the moment. And I like the South African Banking Risk Information Centre, SABRIC's guidance on this. And they explain to us very simply what business email compromise is. And this simply means you steal money by asking for it. This scam targets specific employees and get them to transfer money. And in this case, digital technology combined with social engineering, these guys are getting very clever, exploit our human tendency to be compliant when we get some sort of instruction from somebody from authority. So somebody with authority. So I get an instruction from Michael Katz, and he says, Ira, you need to transfer these funds immediately. I want to be compliant. I want to impress Michael, so I just go ahead and I do it. And these scamsters are very, very clever, because they know I'm not just going to fall for this. So they go and profile Michael Katz. So they utilize information obtained from company websites, such as our ENS website, webinars we host, webinars available in the public domain, such as YouTube, and other digital platforms, such as social media, and they identify the details of our CEOs, our financial directors, and other key senior individuals. And they recognize how these people speak and conduct themselves. For example, Michael Katz often says, with all due respect, and they use that in the language that they use to, for example, email you or send you instructions. So they send you a text message or an email and they impersonate this individual. And you get overwhelmed because clearly you are dealing with this person in authority. And that person has now instructed you to make a payment, and you do that only to find out that you have been scammed. Very often when we do now fall for business email compromise, or we do fall for phishing schemes and so on, it could also lead to a security compromise in terms of POPI. So Section 22 of POPI is a wide-reaching section. It's a difficult section to deal with in practice. And it says where there are reasonable grounds to believe that the personal information of a data subject has been accessed or acquired by any unauthorized person, then the responsible party must tell the regulator and the affected data subjects. It must be a comprehensive notification, telling what happened, telling them how they can mitigate losses, telling them who the perpetrator is, if you know, and so on. And you need to do this as soon as reasonably possible. Why I say this is a horrible section is in the overseas legislation, such as the EU General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, the Celebrity of Data Protection laws, breaches only have to be reported if they are likely to cause substantial harm to human beings. We don't have that threshold in terms of POPI. So every single breach must be reported. If I CC somebody that was supposed to be CC'd on an email and everybody can see their email address, now that is technically a breach that is reportable. And the regulator said at many public instances that every single breach must be reported, and she will decide which ones they will investigate. And they now have a very strong team investigating our security compromises or data breaches. So this is a difficult provision. And if any of you seen the draft FICA regulations dealing with information sharing under Section 29 of FICA, which is the suspicious transaction provisions, you will see that this provision has been written verbatim into the draft regulations, and I cannot believe that we would take such a flawed provision and write it into another law without a threshold. Interesting, we don't have a definition of a personal data breach or a personal information breach or security compromise in terms of POPI, like we have in terms of the GDPR. And it's very important when we're dealing with a data breach to check whether we are a responsible party or an operator. A responsible party is the boss of the data, the person who decided to collect information, who has a purpose for collecting that information, who is in control of that information. An operator is a person who processes personal information on behalf of a responsible party, such as a storage company, cloud server provider, website hosting, certain IT services, payroll companies, and so on. Where a data breach happens at your operator, it is the responsible party's problem, because your operator would only be seen as your arms and your legs, for that matter. So if an employee at your operator falls for a business email compromise scheme, or they fall for a phishing scheme, and it involves your personal information, very likely that it is the responsible party's problem, depending on what personal information was involved. When you are investigating any form of data breach, business email compromises, phishing, other cyber attacks, please make sure that you document your findings and you learn from them. It will help you to take steps to prevent future similar occurrences. Consider using cybersecurity specialists, such as ethical hackers, to do penetration tests. Consider getting cyber insurance. Cyber insurance is your best friend when a cyber attack occurs. Don't only react to cyber events, plan for them. A recent survey said there are two types of companies: those who know that they suffered a cyber attack and those who don't know that they have suffered a cyber attack. And then don't become so preoccupied with the breach and panic so much that you do forget to go and make your mandatory notifications. Have an incident response plan ready, a data breach plan ready. Have the names and identities of the relevant members of an incident response team and their after-hour contact details ready. This is where something like a WhatsApp group could be very useful, because in a ransomware attack, you might be locked out of your service and you want to get hold of somebody after hours, because cyber attackers like hitting after hours. Evaluate the risks posed. Deal with containment measures to deal with the risk. Set out a process for conducting an initial assessment. Set out a process for remediation steps to be implemented depending on the risk of the event, and have a clear understanding of your notification requirements. Be aware of the Cybercrimes Act. Now, certain sections of the Cybercrimes Act are in force. Section 54, that deals with mandatory reporting, is not yet in force, but be aware in future financial institutions, as defined in terms of the Financial Sector Regulation Act, and electronic communication services providers are going to have to report certain cybercrimes to the police within 72 hours. So in future, these institutions are going to have the POPI notification requirements and the Cybercrimes Act notification requirements. The case studies, including the ENS case and Gerber versus PSG, let's briefly deal with them and see what happened here. Haywarden versus ENS, heard in the High Court of Johannesburg in the beginning of this year, 16th of January. It was heard by one judge. The judge found in favor of the plaintiff, not ENS, and it's currently being appealed to the Supreme Court of Appeal. Now, what happened here is the plaintiff made an EFT to the amount of 5.5 million into an account that she thought was ENS Bank's account. Unknown to her, her email had been hacked in her environment, not in ENS's environment. In her environment, after the invoice had left ENS, email got hacked in her environment, and the fraudster changed our banking details, and she transferred the money into the wrong account. So 5.5 million rand was given to a fraudster. Naturally, because of this pure economic loss that she suffered, she was unhappy, and she decided to institute the delictual claim. What is a delictual claim? And I remember in a past life when I used to lecture law, I always used to say to my students, a delict is you harm me, I sue you. So in a delict, we have to prove 5 elements to be successful. We have to show that there was conduct, and conduct can be something I do or something I was supposed to do that I didn't do. Wrongfulness, I acted against the law. Fault, intention, or negligence. This is where the reasonable person test comes in. Causation, and here we've got legal and factual causation showing that my actions were a sufficiently close link to the harm that you have suffered. And then we need damage, loss, which could be patrimonial or non-patrimonial loss. So it could be pure economic loss, or it could be psychological suffering. And the court held that all these elements were present in this case. They said conduct, and this was a conduct by omission. They said ENS omitted to warn the plaintiff of the risks and to take specific security measures. Fault, they said we were negligent in not warning the plaintiff. Clearly there was damage of 5.5 million rand. They said, as far as wrongfulness is concerned, we owed a duty to warn the plaintiff of the risks involved, and we didn't do so. And because we failed to warn her, she suffered this loss. So wrongfulness, fault, causation, the court held that we owed a duty to her. We didn't tell her about the risks of business email compromise. Because we didn't tell her about the risks, she suffered harm. So, of course, we have amended our standard disclaimers, and we do now warn everybody about these risks involved. I've told you that this case is on appeal, but lessons to be learned from this case is to warn our clients of business email compromise. Similar case was Gerber versus PSG, also held in the Joburg High Court. The judgment was March this year, also one judge, and again, the court found in favor of the plaintiff. Now, the plaintiff had a share portfolio with PSG. PSG received an email from a fraudster saying that the plaintiff wants to liquidate part of their portfolio and that their banking details have changed. PSG checked the banking details with a bank verification facility, and it failed, but after further correspondence, they did land up liquidating some of these assets and paying it over to a fraudster into the wrong bank account. Mr. Gerber didn't rely on DLIG, he relied on breach of contract, because the terms of PSG, of the contract, the terms and conditions that he had with PSG, said that PSG must protect him against gross negligence and fraud and technological fraud. But PSG said, no, but there's a tacit term between us, and a tacit term is an unspoken term, a term by conduct. And our courts say the term is judged by means of the officious bystander test. And the test is, what would the parties have said if you asked them? If so-and-so occurred, what would have been the result? PSG said, of course, we were not liable for fraudsters, for cyber attacks, business email compromise, and of course, we would have both agreed that that was a tacit term in our contract, but the court disagreed. And they said, had it been a tacit term, you wouldn't have included those provisions saying you will protect Mr. Gerber against technological fraud. And PSG had to pay Mr. Gerber over 800,000 rand. So 2 cases that should have us all concerned and that you should take note of. Tips from SABRIC, how to prevent business email compromise. Be vigilant and carefully check the sender's email. Organizations must deploy multi-tiered risk mitigation structures to prevent BEC, including digital resilience mechanisms such as intrusion detection, penetration tests, firewalls, robust policies and procedures. Test your employees, check if they fall for these schemes. Do not click on these unsolicited emails and do not reply to them. Do not even reply to tell the fraudster, I know you are a fraudster. Delete them immediately, including from your recycle bin. Watch out for hyperlinks that contain misspellings and the likes. Never give anyone your login details, your usernames, your passwords. Ensure that the domain is visible in received emails. Make sure, IT must ensure that our employees can see the full email address, the full extension, including spelling mistakes and the like. If you are worried about certain emails, use your own contact details to confirm them. Follow up and reports from your colleagues that they are getting weird emails from you. Never list your work email in public domains. Don't put it on Facebook and the likes. Don't say contact me at eGunning with my full email address. Always check with the person issuing the urgent payment requests through a credible channel such as Zoom or Teams to see that it is in fact the Michael Katz telling you to make that payment. If somebody requests a change in account details like we saw with the PSG case, this should be verified by the sender, with the sender using your normal contact details. And at this point, I will hand over to questions. And I thank you very, very much for listening today. I know it's been a long session. Nondemuso, I see that you've got a question. Does that include body corporate trustees? I presume that you are referring to the question as to whether trustees, body corporate trustees, would be seen to be trustees and accountable institutions for FICA purposes. I've not looked at this before, but the question would be, are you dealing with trust property? And if you are dealing with trust property, are you doing it on a non-commercial basis, which these body corporate trustees normally do? They normally volunteer their time to do this. And if that is the case, where you are not being remunerated, you are not doing it as a business undertaking, I think it's likely that they would not be accountable institutions, but each case must be checked on their merits. But I think an argument could be made that they are doing this in their personal capacity as homeowners. And I see those are the questions for me. At this point, I am going to just bring up my next slide, who will tell you who the next person is. I've got my contact details there. So if you did have any questions that you didn't have time to put into the chat, please feel free to email me. Very happy to chat to you about these very interesting topics. Thank you so much again. And our next presentation will be by Carlin Davies, and she's going to discuss the waste management regulations. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of today's session. Goodbye.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining, and I hope you enjoyed Era's presentation. As she mentioned, I'm going to be discussing waste regulations. And just to give a bit of background about myself, first of all, so I have been in the Natural Resources and Environment Department at ENS for almost 15 years. And I really do enjoy waste legislation. It's very technical and it changes a lot. We possibly have new regulations coming out at least once a month, if not more often, which you'll see quite clearly from my presentation. The subject today is quite broad on waste regulation to speak. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through basically all the regulations that have been promulgated to date, and then focus on specific regulations which I believe will apply to the members of the Consumer Goods Council. Please keep questions until the end. You're obviously welcome to put them in the chat, just in case you're worried you'll forget your question. But I hope you enjoy it, and I'm going to start my presentation now. Okay. Great. Okay, so as I said, I'm going to go through the waste legislation, which obviously we start with the waste legislation itself, the founding legislation, and some strategy documents and other types of policies and guidelines. Then I'm going to go through all of the regulations, everything that has been promulgated to date, just so you get a very good feel for what there is. Then I'm going to focus on, I'll just sort of conclude and summarize at the end, just on regulations which I believe you should all be aware of and focus on. And then I'll just mention a few of the changes which have come into operation since July, since the National Environmental Management Laws Amendment Act came into operation. And so there have been a few changes just in the waste legislation. I just wanted to end off with that at least. And sorry if I turn my head, I'm just checking my presentation just behind on my other screen. Okay, so with the legislation, with waste legislation, it dates back to the Environment Conservation Act. It was one of the first pieces of environmental legislation in South Africa, and it largely focused on air emissions, which linked to the old Act APA, and for our purposes, it's linked to waste. And those sort of waste activities only really came about through a list of activities that covered various aspects, but in particular, some linked to waste. So similar to what we have now, you would need a type of record of decision, which is like your environmental authorization now. And in addition to that, where there were very specific waste activities like running of a landfill, then there were additional requirements in terms of Section 20 of the Environment Conservation Act, which linked to a permit to run a landfill site. And then there were similar activities, again, more linking to your record of decision for sort of broader waste activities. But it really started then. And then when NEMA came into operation, that took over from the Environment Conservation Act. And so in a similar vein, we had some waste-related activities that were initially contained in the EIA regulations. And later when the National Environmental Waste Management Act, or NEMWA, which is far easier to say, came into operation, then the activities that were once housed under NEMA were excised and put into NEMWA. And you'll see there's quite a dance that has taken place between NEMWA and NEMA, often relating to your more intense waste regulations, particularly in the mining sector. So I don't think it's something that we have to focus on really here, but there's often just a bit of a sort of debate as to where the waste legislation is housed best, relating to activities specifically. And so even before that, we had the National Management Waste Bill, but obviously I'm not going to discuss that much. And then the actual regulations, which we started with waste management activities. And those are all, they're quite rigorous and they've been amended quite a few times. I would be quite surprised if the members actually operate under waste management licenses, but it is entirely possible. More likely, I believe there will be storage activities, either of general waste or hazardous waste, that are likely to be triggered. And historically, you required a waste management license for storage of waste. For hazardous waste, it's anything above 80 cubic meters. For general waste, it's a higher threshold, 100 square meters, and it looks to the actual capacity of the site where you store, which is quite important to remember. And a lot of the waste-related legislation focuses on capacity, so it's not actual storage rates. And so now it's under, which I'll get to later, but we use regulations. So you no longer need a waste management license for storage related activities, which is good. And it's moving away from a very highly regulated system. It's far easier for the authorities to manage, and particularly where there are activities like storage, that is something that industries can self-regulate themselves. So just to give a flavor, I think those are most likely to be items that would be triggered, possibly also treatment. So there is a section for particular treatment of waste, but that would be on quite a large scale. So again, I'm not so sure that would be triggered. So your waste management activities have changed quite a lot, and they really do focus on big waste activities. And then, as I said, with a little dance, I don't think this is something that you would focus on that much, but things like sewage and wastewater is another area that has been quite tricky, and it's a debate: should it be handled by the National Water Act or by the Waste Act? And ultimately, I think the final result has been that it's something that's managed more by the National Water Act, which I think is correct. Obviously, wastewater, there are water uses which also link to the discharge of wastewater. So it's far better regulated under that act, but there was a bit of confusion in the beginning. And then one starting point, which I advise clients often, is your waste information regulations. And so this piece of legislation or regulation really provides an obligation on all parties to, as a starting point, register the type of waste activities. And here they're quite sort of normal or standard activities that again go to things like storage, transport of waste, disposal as well. And what the authorities are trying to do here is just to get an idea of the volumes of waste and the different sectors and what kind of waste is being moved. So under this regulation, the requirement has often been pushed down onto municipalities, or are run by municipalities or provincial government, where you have to go online, register your storage capacities, and you're issued with a certificate. And that normally just shows your basic general duty of care, that you have determined what your storage and your different waste streams are. And so that just informs the type of waste that you are dealing with. And it's quite easy these days. You can register on the South African SAWIC Waste Information System. So that's all done online. And it's a great platform. You can also get waste management licenses. So if your waste contractor is disposing of your waste at a particular landfill and you're not entirely confident in them, which I hope is not the case, you can go onto this website and get waste management licenses for most of the landfills or waste disposal sites in the country, which is also good, just to double check. So that's a great platform that you can use. And so that's sort of the basis that you start with your waste regulation. And as I mentioned, it's important to remember that it's the capacity of your storage area, not what you're actually storing. And then linked to that, there's the waste classification and management regulations. It's another great source and basic start for waste management, because it sets out, there is an annexure which basically deals with your most regulated or your main waste streams, and it determines whether it is general or hazardous, and those you don't actually have to have classified. So the classification is where you generate a particular waste, and then you have to determine if it is hazardous or general in nature. Obviously, those that are already pre-classified, as they stated, you don't have to classify again. So again, this is more for heavy industry, where you're dealing with types of wastes that are commingled, mixed up, and disposed of. So again, I don't think that's something that all of you would have to worry about, but just good to note. And another thing I wanted to just discuss about the nature of waste and hazardous waste versus general waste. So there is a distinction generally when we deal with waste for handling and for classification. And historically, the determination was general waste and hazardous waste. And landfills were set up in that way as well. You have your general landfills and you have your hazardous landfills. And now the legislation is a bit more sophisticated, and so for handling, we do still tend to refer to general and hazardous waste. But then when it comes to actual disposal, it is actually classified in different types of waste. So you have your types 1, 0, actually 0 to 4. And then your type of waste correlates with the type of waste management site or waste disposal site that you're dealing with. There are different classes, and then the classes link to your different types. So it's just important to know that if you do hear different types or different classifications in terms of your disposal sites, that is the reason. And it gets very complicated, which is why I love it, because it goes into a bit of science. But when you're actually determining your waste type, and that's where the classification also comes in, you have to know what type it is. And it goes into leaching and various scientific aspects. And then that links to your landfill so that there are the correct protections to prevent any leaching and contamination, pollution in the soil and water that surround those landfills. So to recap, to start with your waste information regulations, just to see if you hit any thresholds for storage or for transport, that's important. Then moving next to the classification and management, and that will also guide you, and it feeds into what you are likely to need to register for. And then there are various other types of regulations, which again, I don't think are applicable, but here's a nice summary, and you'll all get the presentations. So if you're ever wondering, there are specific regulations for recovery and scrapping of vehicles. We have extraction and flaring and recovering of landfill gas. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the norms and standards for storage of waste. So these regulations, so if you do have quite a large area and you store waste, this is a very important piece of legislation, and it provides a basis for the type and the manner in which you must store your waste. So it goes into further detail than the Act does, and it provides the storage area, what you have to do. For example, you have to have a designated area, and it has to be stored on an impermeable layer. So usually you'll have your concrete layers covered under a roof so that there aren't any impacts. And then it provides auditing requirements that you'll have to do, internal audits, provide external audits when necessary, and just further sort of regulations on how to manage it. These regulations are quite closely tied to what a waste management license would have been comprised of. So as I said, it's just taking the regulation by the regulators and having the industry look after the storage of waste. And interestingly, though, we've had quite a few questions, and it is a bit tricky, the manner in which these regulations are drafted. They are sort of future forward. So for existing industry and existing areas, there aren't really regulations which tie in almost like a transitional aspect on how you can move from having a waste management license to storage in terms of these regulations. And where it's an issue is things like your storage areas. There are slightly more requirements in these regulations. And so it speaks to things like using a registered engineer when you are setting out your storage area, which obviously if you have your area already, that's not something that you're going to use. So it's just important to look at those regulations with that, that type of sense in mind, that you're not going to be able to comply 100% with these regulations if you are looking at your existing facility. Okay. And then we have remediation for contaminated land and soil. These norms and standards, there have also been some changes in NEMWA recently, just to make it a bit more clear. Hopefully none of you will have to deal with this regulation. So again, it's more for heavy industry. It's not impossible that you are dealing with these regulations, but it's obviously, it's an extension of the duty of care from a waste management perspective, where a reasonable person believes that an area may be contaminated or may be polluted, and then you are required to investigate. And then there are soil standards that are used to determine if it's likely or if the soil is in fact polluted, contaminated, and then further steps will have to be taken. Hopefully not something you have to deal with though, because it does go all the way to having to register the fact that the land is contaminated. It may have to be reflected in the title deed, and if you're trying to sell that land, it's something that you have to bring to the attention of the potential purchaser, that the land is contaminated and it's being remediated, hopefully. Obviously, once it has been remediated, again, it would be something just to note to potential purchasers of the land, just to show that the duty has been discharged as far as contamination is concerned. Okay, I see, sorry, I was speaking a bit ahead of time, but the waste management and classification regulations, which came in 2013, so I've already covered that. I'm not going to go into any detail about the landfill disposal, because I doubt anyone is running a landfill themselves, but if you are, you're welcome to send me an email after, and I'm happy to chat about any questions you have in that regard. We've had some draft standards for organic waste composting, and so that's also something that may be of interest for those of you who deal with food waste or those types of waste. Then healthcare management, that's also not really going to be something that you deal with. I think if you do have a station for your employees, that's likely to be very small thresholds and would be dealt with by your waste contractors, hopefully. And then we've had quite a lot of amendments to the list of waste management activities. But again, I'm not going to go into too much detail. That waste hire, again, shouldn't be something you're dealing with. The same with sorting, shredding, grinding, crushing, screening, or baling of general waste. That may be something that PROs will be dealing with when I get to the EPR regulations later, but certainly not something, these are normally dealt with by sort of bigger waste recycling companies. And then we have legislation that has come into operation. And again, this is more for your bigger industrial clients. It is possible to apply to have a particular waste stream removed or not to be classified as waste. And we see that most with things like sludge and slag and types of wastes that can actually be used for aggregates for developing roads or construction. And that was all based on a judgment where ArcelorMittal took the regulator to court based on the definition of waste. And thankfully, that area of law has actually progressed, and it is possible to use things. Often the department would confuse something that is maybe hazardous and automatically think that it is waste, but that's not the case. A substance like a chemical can be hazardous, but it doesn't automatically mean that it is a waste product. And that was really a big debate around these regulations, and luckily it's come through that now you can apply and have it excluded, which opens up a great avenue for using a waste stream as a product. It then becomes a product in the hands of the holder of the waste. And that is something important I didn't really start out with, but your waste is obviously, the definition has also changed quite a bit in NEMWA. And currently it is what the intention is with that waste stream in the hands of the current holder of waste. So it used to focus more on the generator of the waste, but obviously you can obtain something that may have been a waste to one person that is not to another. And that's really important for recycling and reuse. And we really want to use our resources wisely. And I think the change in management just of that definition is really a step in the right direction. Okay, and then we have a few other waste tire related things. Import and export of waste, not likely to be something that you would deal with, hopefully, because it's quite a difficult process, because it links to the Basel Convention of transboundary movement of particularly hazardous waste. And you have to deal with the ITA, International Trade Organization, and our trade department as well. And then I'm going to move on to the next slide. Okay. Yeah, we're getting to, I think, the regulations which are likely to apply to all of you the most. And that is obviously the extended producer responsibility regulations. And that stems from Section 18 in NEMWA. And the idea behind the section is to ensure that generators of products, particular products, are responsible for the whole life cycle of that product, and particularly the waste aspects. And the idea is to move to a circular economy, make sure that we are reducing our waste from a production perspective and disposal perspective. Our landfills are, many of them are at capacity, if not reaching capacity. The construction of new landfills is not something that's happening at a rapid rate. So we really have to be more conscious about the waste that we produce. And it's another reason why I really enjoy waste legislation and regulation, because it ties into technology and the exciting manners in which we can design products and design containers and packaging for those products, whether it's a new substance that has been discovered or just a new way to package it. And the responsibility is on the producers, because obviously as consumers, it's very difficult, especially in South Africa, to place an obligation on consumers to really control and deal with the end of life of a product. And so that's the idea behind these regulations. It's to put in place education as well for consumers, so that you can bring your products back to those that produced it, create more jobs. And so I know there are quite a lot of difficult aspects with these regulations. The intention behind it is good. And I think we've had some examples from Europe to try and implement our own way. And it's not perfect. We often receive requests from clients dealing with these regulations in particular. But I think it's just something that we all have to work together on and try our best and make it work. And also suggest amendments. So if there ever any of you, and maybe that's an idea for the CGSA to, and if you have already done this, obviously that's great, but to put together some comments, maybe some learnings since these regulations have been in operation for a while, learnings from a practical side of how they've been going, and maybe some ideas on how to make it go better. There were some recent amendments. But for now, just to give you a flavor, and we have done a whole presentation on these EPR regulations, so I'm not going to go into extreme detail. And what we can do, for those of you who are interested, we can make the presentation available that we did, I think it was 2021 when they just came into operation, but it gives a nice set out of how the regulations work. But I think the majority of you who do actually have to deal with them, I'm sure, know possibly better than me how they work. And so, as I said, it's per product. And at the moment, the products that have been identified are obviously your electrical and electronic equipment sector, so light bulbs and various electronic type of containers that have a current that flows through. It's a very technical definition, which relates to the fact that it is a piece of equipment that has current flowing through it, and that is the purpose of it, and a particular size as well. Sorry, the lighting is separate. It is sort of put in the same in similar regulations, but lighting is dealt with specifically, and you can no longer send light bulbs to landfills. So that's why that's really important to regulate that sector. And then there's, of course, the paper, packaging, and single-use products. That also has quite a large impact. So there are particular types of plastics, particular types of tinfoil, aluminium, and paper that is specifically identified in the regulations. And it also goes to thresholds. So if you are using more than 10 tons per annum, then that's where you are responsible for your packaging. The other regulations do not have a threshold. And then obviously the manner in which it is charged is on that tonnage basis. And so you can manage the EPR regulations, you can manage it and create a separate management structure to regulate this whole product yourself within your company. But the most popular seems to be to join a PRO, as they are called, and that's very much sector based. So there are PROs for plastics, for paper, and for electronic. And many of our clients have been slapped, I want to say, with very high fees for the PRO fees, and that's all based on your tons. So if you are producing, importing, if you're a brand manager and you have one of these identified products, then you are caught by the regulations. And then how the PRO structure it is they have to have a fee in order for them to run the organization, and then that is based on the tons or the amount of the identified product that you are producing, importing, using. And so those fees are quite high. They're in the millions, and it's really difficult for companies to obviously suddenly just get that money together and give it to the PROs. So we've had to do quite a lot of correspondence on behalf of our clients just to get to a better understanding. And one question that is often raised, and I know Lizelle's doing her presentation after on something different, but it is a competition aspect, because obviously you have many companies who are complying with these regulations, and then there are some that are not. So this has a direct bearing on the cost of your product, although you shouldn't really be putting the costs onto the product, because that's ultimately just putting the cost onto the consumer. But there is definitely a competition aspect. But I am happy to note that I have seen quite a few pre-compliance notices that have been issued to clients who are not complying with the regulations. Unfortunately, the regulations haven't been applied correctly by the authorities. So most of our responses have been just to set the regulators straight and explain how the regulations actually apply to our clients. But I have seen more pre-compliance notices. So the department is fully aware that they need to start implementing these regulations, particularly, to be fair to everyone. You can't have some complying and others not. So please be aware that the department is actively pursuing non-compliance with the EPR regulations. So it's not something that you can just push aside. On the other hand, as well, they are quite reasonable in dealing with providing sort of condonation for late filing, where companies are either not aware, but there has to be some kind of record that maybe you tried to register and you just struggled, that type of thing. But from my experience, the department is quite reasonable in just understanding where things have gone wrong, and as long as companies are willing to comply and show that they are trying their best. So because these regulations have such a big impact, it's kind of from both sides. The department is aware that they need to implement them and ensure that no one is just sort of slipping through the cracks. And on the other hand, they do understand the massive implications of these regulations. And so they are willing to work with clients, to work with those who have to comply with the regulations. So I just wanted to share that sort of personal experience. And then to add, we've had some more new sectors that have been included just this year in March. So registration should have been, so you, excuse me, you're given a couple of months to register. And that registration came to an end at the end of September. But again, I think if there are reasons for a failure to register, they are quite reasonable. I know the portable battery sector in particular, They are struggling just in terms of getting the correct PRO. They have, to a large extent, regulated themselves. There aren't many companies that sell portable batteries, so they've managed to really regulate themselves to a large extent. And it's just to find the right PRO or the right manner in which to continue the work that they have been doing. And they, in fact, work quite closely with the department in drafting and proposing these regulations. So again, it shows that there is a willingness to work together from government side. And then another sector that's been included is the pesticide sector. That's a really interesting one for me. Obviously, it's pesticides is not necessarily something that like the electronic and electric and the packaging and waste that you can take back, but certainly the containers, the products that those pesticides are contained in, it's going to be really interesting to see how that goes. I haven't had any personal experience with it yet. So yeah, if there are any EPR questions, you're welcome to raise it now during this session, but otherwise, you can obviously send me an email. We'll make my details available. I did see someone ask for my details. We'll provide them for sure. And so, yeah, the extended producer responsibility regulations really do have quite an impact from a monetary perspective and from a regulation perspective. And the idea is that these PROs will take the obligations away from the actual producers, just to make it a bit easier. But in order for these PROs to function, they obviously need funds, and that seems to be a sticking point at this juncture. And the idea is to obviously implement education programs using the existing informal waste collection sector. So I think it's been a bit of a rocky start, but hopefully things will start going a bit easier with these regulations. Okay, and then just some other regulations. The one that I find quite interesting as well, I don't think I've got it on this slide, but there are also guidelines that are being produced by the department linked to the EPR regulations, just in trying to produce more circular waste, containers and such like, just so that there can be guidance at least into how to future-proof your company and to prevent and lower the amount of waste in these various sectors. Okay, it's there, sorry, the packaging guideline, recyclability by design for packing and paper in South Africa. So from a technical perspective, obviously I can't comment, but it is quite interesting that the department is trying to provide guidance and information just to make it that much easier for these sectors to try and reduce waste and make products that are more circular by design. And then we have another interesting regulation, which I think will be applicable to quite a few members, and that's relating to the reducing of food losses and waste. So it's just consultation at the moment. So again, obviously I'm happy to provide any guidance or assistance on those regulations. I haven't personally gone through them in detail, but if there are any questions relating to that, I'm happy to provide some advice. So it's a consultation still, so you're able to provide, and it was in mid-September, so the consultation period and will still be running. So definitely get your views in and your comments if you can on those regulations. And then the import and export wastes, they were amended a bit, but again, I don't think that's something that will really apply to the majority of the members. And then the next thing I just wanted to go through was the National Environmental Management Laws Amendment Act. All of these titles are very long. And so it's been long awaited, and the promulgation was finally set in July. And it does exclude quite a number of sections that relate to other acts. So it covers the National Environmental Management Act, Air Quality Act, Integrated Coastal Management Act, Biodiversity Act, Protected Areas Act. So quite a few of them, but I'm obviously going to be focusing on the waste-related changes. And as I mentioned in the beginning, there's been quite a dance with the definition of waste. And we used to have all of our definitions in section 1, as is the general sort of standard for legislation. But then the definitions were moved into schedules, in particular Schedule 3, and that set out again, just as I mentioned earlier, the differentiation between general and hazardous waste, and then the particular definitions were set up under general or hazardous waste. And what the definition provided was that essentially, if your waste falls within the schedule, then it is waste. So it's a bit circular, and it's fine if it's a guidance related definition, just to guide those where they're not quite sure. But again, as I mentioned, ultimately, the definition of waste links to whether it is viewed as waste in the holder of the waste. So if that item is no longer of use, will be disposed, has no value, then that certainly falls within the definition of waste. And interestingly with that, there are some new definitions that have come in, like I think, where is it now? Value, I think, commercial value and trade-in. So again, that just links to determining whether it is waste and whether commercial value actually has an impact. Ultimately, I mean, the nature of commercial value does not have an impact on whether it is waste. It's whether that product is going to be used as a product and not as a waste, if it's going to be simply disposed, or if it's going to, like the example I gave with sludge and slag, where that can be used as an aggregate for developing roads and construction. So it can get really technical, and that's why I love it. So please, if you have questions, during the session or after, you're welcome to send them my way. And then another aspect, again, not really applicable, but residue deposits, residue stockpiles and waste, that relates to the mining sector. That was also a big debate, and they were brought under NEMWA, and now it has been excluded from the regulation of NEMWA now. So those residue deposits and stockpiles, which are dealt with in the waste sector, in the mining sector, will be dealt with under NEMWA, but they have their own regulations. Okay, and then as I mentioned, contaminated land, there's just some detail that has been added just to make it a little bit more clear. There was a debate or confusion as to the register for investigation areas, whether you register it once it's an investigation area, which obviously has quite large impacts, and now it has been confirmed that the register that the minister is obliged to produce is related to contaminated land. So once it has been confirmed that the land is contaminated, then it goes onto that register. And obviously once it has been remediated and is no longer contaminated, then it is taken off of that list. Okay. Schedule 3, which I mentioned, has actually now been repealed in its entirety. So it's far more simple. So we have all of our definitions in section 1 again, so you don't have to page through the legislation to see where it is, and then focuses on the holder of the waste. An increase in fines related to the regulations, so those are a lot higher. I think in some instances, like the EPR regulations, if I'm not mistaken, has been raised to the 5 million mark for non-compliance of particular regulations. So they really are serious about enforcement, as I mentioned. And then just to confirm, in case anyone was wondering, I don't think it was possible, but it's been made clear that you cannot be exempt from obtaining a waste management license where it applies. So I think that is the majority of the sections that I just wanted to go over from the changes from NEMLA 3. And then my final conclusion. So it's, again, just to sort of wrap up and conclude what I've said, for the majority of the members, it's likely that the waste information regulations is your starting point. There are schedules which provide the thresholds where you have to register, most likely as to store waste and to transport waste. And then second to that, the waste classification and management regulations will also guide you further. They have pre-classification of certain wastes, So you don't have to worry or wonder too much. So that will provide quite a good guideline. And then further to that, we have the waste management activity. As mentioned, if it links or if you are storing waste, then it's actually under the norms and standards for the storage of waste. So it's no longer an activity that you require a waste management license for. And then your general duty of care, obviously to manage your waste, your storage areas when it's being transported, ensure that your waste is disposed of to a lawful site. All of those type of items, I think, are really well covered in the EPR regulations in any case. The EPR regulations just go into a lot more detail. And so again, it's those identified products, electric equipment, lighting, paper packaging, and then the new additions, the portable batteries and the pesticide sector. So if those items are identified and you use them and it's part of your waste stream, then you will be required to comply with the EPR regulations. Most likely that means that you will join a PRO to regulate all of the obligations under the EPR regulations. And the majority of those requirements, it is to pay a fee for that waste, and the fee is envisaged to run the PRO, to run educational programs, to run the take back obligations, and so it is important to comply with that. And obviously non-compliance will result in fines and in imprisonment. And just to remind everyone that environmental legislation includes director liability, personal director liability, and the same for managers and employees. So if it can be shown that you have not taken reasonable measures to ensure that the legislation is implemented in your business, then you can be held personally liable. So it really is important to make sure that you do everything within your power to ensure that these regulations are complied with. And yeah, then the food losses and waste, new regulations on the block. And with that, are there any questions for me? Just going to check in the chat to see. Okay, so far I don't see any specific questions. Obviously, you're welcome to send them. I'll just wait a few moments, and to Session, I will send you my details. And if there aren't any questions, then you all get an early lunch break. So I'm sure there won't be any complaints from that side, but I will just wait a bit. Okay, there are. Okay, sorry. Let me see. Being told there are questions. Let me just find the right section. Okay, Q&A. Okay. Okay, so I see the first question. Okay, let me see. I just want to get to the first one right. Okay, so I think the first one was from Dashana Jackson. What waste is included in the storage of waste regulations? So as I mentioned, the differentiation is between your general waste and your hazardous waste. So hazardous waste is above 80 cubic meters, and there is a specific definition of hazardous waste. So I can't remember it offhand, but it's basically where that substance can cause a change in biological function of the environment, and will have obviously a negative impact. And so it has to be managed, and it can't be released into soil and water. What I can do is I'll just try and add a slide before my presentation is sent out, just on the very brief definitions and inclusion for that storage of waste, just so you'll have it at hand. I'll also, what I can do for those who are interested, just make those particular regulations available as well. I hope that answers your question. But hazardous and general waste. So again, the waste, it really comes back to the intention of the holder. If it's an item that is no longer of value, of use, and you want to dispose it and discard of it. I mean, your typical waste is office waste, and obviously packaging is a very big one. Those are normally your biggest types of waste that I see, at least. Okay, then the next question from Anonymous is, the municipalities are not functional and therefore private companies are appointed to remove hazardous waste from retail facilities. The concern is that the destruction certificates, both not being issued to private entities, or in the instance that municipalities do remove waste, these certificates are not being received. How do we manage the issue and still be compliant? So it's a really good question, and I think the most important aspect here will be to have waste contractors that you trust and that are complying. So obviously from the Act, NEMWA, so the standard process is that your municipalities will remove waste, obviously, and in the case where the municipality will not be removing the waste, then a waste contractor must be registered with that municipality. And it's not a difficult process. We've done many due diligences, and that's normally the easiest thing for waste contractors to get. And I really believe that that's the easiest way for you to root out the bad contractors. If they can't get a simple certificate from the municipality just to say that they can remove waste, then that's not a good sign. And I mean, it's difficult, but unfortunately, it's going to be your big companies that are your best. So your Interwaste, your EnviroServe, your I can't remember the other one, Waste Man, I think is one of them. Not to say that they are perfect themselves, but they are most likely the ones who will get your certificate, who will get certificates quite easily. And it's much easier in the bigger areas. So in Joburg, in Pretoria, in Cape Town, I have had clients who have struggled to get certificates in the smaller municipalities. So I do understand the concern. But again, just to remember, with environmental legislation, the most important aspect is your reasonable measures. And so it's to prove that you have taken reasonable, logical steps to ensure that you discharge your duty. So going to the municipality, keeping records of your correspondence, even just trying to correspond with the municipality and show that you are trying to register, that the waste contractor that you're using has tried to register. That is your starting point. And then to the actual disposal and getting your certificates. That is also, if you're not getting those certificates, I think it's your obligation to try and investigate why. So if it is just the municipality that is the bad link, then obviously again show that you are trying to work with them and get information out of them. Try and find registered landfill sites and registered waste contractors. But ultimately, it is going to determine who you use if those companies can't get those items. So yeah, best advice is, unfortunately, you're going to have to shop around for your waste contractors until you can find someone who can actually provide those items. And just from your side as well, just try and keep a really good record. It is part of the regulations that you have to keep clear information about the storage of your waste. So as long as you can show that you have stored that item and you have handed it over to a waste contractor, and at the very least that they can provide an invoice with the amount of waste and the type of waste that they have taken from you, that's your first starting point. And second starting point, I think at the very least, if they are taking it to a lawful landfill site. So a landfill site that has a waste management license is very important. If you don't get the weighbridge receipt or the actual safe disposal certificate, it's not ideal, but at least as far as you can show that trail, that's really important. And then to find the company that can actually provide that safe disposal certificate for you. I don't think this is a really important thing, and I don't think you should just settle for someone who can kind of show that they've done the right thing. Okay, the next one. When are we expecting food losses and waste regs to be published? So that I'm not very close to the regulations. My colleague James Brand has a particular interest in this area. He also does a lot of agribusiness work, so I will try and find out from him if he's keeping close to these regulations and give a response. And then I see the next one is any specific regulations regarding disposal of batteries used in electrical vehicles. So no, nothing yet. I get questions all the time, particularly from overseas companies, from jurisdictions where this area is heavily regulated. We do not have heavy regulations for batteries yet. So even just the manner in which you purchase it and import, export, we don't really have much regulation there yet. But I think the portable batteries is a start, obviously, for the extended producer responsibility. I'm not aware of any regulations that are likely to come into place. At the moment, it's just that you obviously can't dispose of batteries to the usual landfills. So that, and particularly with electrical vehicles, obviously that's something that is growing, but I think in South Africa, it's not going to be a massive waste stream for us, but nothing yet that I'm aware of. And then the next one, looking at the global location number for identification of sites in rural communities to support traceability of circular economy activities and management. Would the Consumer Goods Council be the channel for that discussion, or would that be of interest to me? Okay, largely cooperatives. I'd definitely be interested. That sounds really interesting on the traceability. Traceability is a massive, massive part of the circular economy. If we can't get that right, then yeah, it's not really that useful if our products are designed beautifully. So yeah, please, Gwen, pop me an email. I'd be very interested, and I obviously can't speak on behalf of the Consumer Goods Council, but we'll obviously chat to them and see if they're also interested in looking into that further. And then the last question, just in time, when you dispose of food waste and waste company on-sells it for animal feed, what is your obligation as a company? So I think this is sort of a general question that can apply to all types of waste streams, not only waste. So again, it's just every step that your waste stream takes. I think it's important to keep information. So even just something simple like the amount that you obviously on-sell, to make sure that you can just show, if something does go wrong down the line, at least you can trace the amount that you provided and the type that you provided. So keeping very good documents, your document security is very important. And then to know that essentially with the duty of care, because it is a cradle to grave duty, you do have to ensure that where your waste ends, it obviously is done lawfully. But in this instance, because you would be selling it to a company and it's no longer waste in their hands. So your duty would go to when you hand it over to that party who is buying it. So you should be doing a basic due diligence on them just to see obviously what their intention is. Is their facility equipped to store the waste? Are they going to make sure that there aren't going to be any environmental impacts on soil or water? Obviously, if it's from an animal perspective, to ensure that food waste is going to be stored so that there's no chance that it could obviously harm the animals, which I think you would do any case from a reputational perspective, because you wouldn't want to give food waste that then their animals get sick, because they will come back to you in any case. But you should just be making sure that they are able to manage the food waste so that there aren't any quality or control issues there. And obviously, if they are going to dispose of the waste in some way, maybe it's important just to ask them, if you aren't going to use the animal feed, what are you going to do with it? So just asking these questions and having it as a minimum in email correspondence is important. Again, it just goes to your reasonable measures and showing that you've actually discharged your duty to ensure that something that was a waste in your hand is being dealt with correctly once you pass it over to a new party. I hope that answers the question. And I think that was a great set of questions. Thank you so much. So I will just add some thresholds on the storage of waste into my presentation, provide my email address. Gwen, please pop me an email as well, and we will take the discussion forward. So thank you everyone so much. If there are any questions that you think of later on in the day, you are more than welcome to send me an email and I'll be glad to assist. Thank you everyone. Enjoy your lunch break.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. My name is Lizelle Bluchnoot. I'm in the competition law or antitrust department here at ENS Africa, and I will be talking about ESG and competition law this afternoon. I very much prefer an interactive engagement, so please don't leave your questions until the end. I've got the Q&A window open, and I will see your questions as they come up, and I hope to answer them as they come up. It is a bit one-sided to just be talking to a screen, so I would love your questions and your participation in this presentation. So I'm talking about ESG and competition law, and some of my competition law colleagues have said, like, what do you mean ESG and competition law? What is that all about? I'm hoping to shed some light on that. I know that last year at this conference, my friend and colleague Jessica Blumenthal did a presentation on ESG. So you will recognize one or two of the slides that I have in here, because I start off by saying, you know, what is ESG, just so that we can make sure that we all know what we are talking about. So what is ESG? E stands for environmental, S for social, and G for governance. And these are the factors that are considered by companies, investors, the public sector, and other organizations in a wide range of decisions. Essentially, it is about the sustainability of our planet and the sustainability of business decisions. So I'll go into a little bit more detail about what the E, the S, and the G, what components they make up. Environment relates to the biosphere and ecosystem of our planet, specifically how human activity affects the natural world. So this is actually the easiest one of them all. We all know about global warming, and we all know that essentially our environment, our planet is in trouble. So the environment part is the easy part. Social then encompasses factors regarding how businesses treat their human stakeholders. So how human capital is being dealt with both inside and outside the corporation, so in the firms. And governance is about how a corporation operates at the highest level, its decision-making, its political involvement, its ethics. So we'll go into a little bit more detail around that. The environment includes the uses of scarce natural resources. So it goes into energy consumption, water consumption, anything that affects our natural resources and the availability thereof, and the quality of our natural resources falls under the E for environment. So greenhouse gases, air pollution, waste output that the previous talk was about, all fall under environmental, the environmental factors. And I will be speaking mostly when I talk about competition law and ESG, the major overlap or touching point is on the E side. A little bit on the S side as well when it comes to labor markets, because the social includes things like living wages, diversity and inclusion, very, very topical issues at the moment, gender equality and equity, employee engagement, change. When we have changes to how businesses operate, is there reskilling and retraining of employees, employee health and safety, etc. Those are all under the social banner. For governance, that includes decision-making, political involvement, ethics. I've mentioned this. This also includes issues like executive pay ratios when compared to workers. What are the governing bodies of the things? In other words, the accountability within institutions. Then ethics and anti-corruption policy, tax, and the ecosystem of ESG. Okay, so a quick jargon buster. I think you can all read, but in ESG is, and this is one of Jess's slides that I thought I would just leave in so that it hopefully triggers some of you to recall what it was all about. But essentially, all the factors, or these factors considered by economic agents to ensure that there is compliance and with the goal of basically saving the planet, achieving a net zero target, becoming more involved in not just what shareholders get out of business, but what the society, the impact on society is of doing business. So from that perspective, why is ESG relevant? Also one of Jess's slides that I thought was good, and I thought I would keep it. The little picture there. Yes, the planet got destroyed, but for a beautiful moment in time, we created a lot of value for shareholders. And most businesses, left to their own devices, will try to maximize profit, and profit goes back to the shareholders then ultimately. ESG becomes relevant in doing business differently and saying it's not just shareholder profits that's important. It's also the health of our planet, the health and of human beings, and good decision making. Good decision making meaning not just looking at what is good in the short term, but also what is good, what is required for longer term sustainability of our economies and our planet. Okay, what does this all mean for my business? Climate is changing, and so should we. Okay. Now, where I come in is I'm not going to tell you what your business needs to do in terms of ESG. I'm here to say to you, when you look at ESG, just take into consideration that competition law, antitrust law still applies to the decisions that you are taking when you are pursuing ESG effects or ESG purposes. So it's important for firms to understand the societal impact of their business. And here, as an introduction into where we link with competition law, talk about cost reductions, short-term versus long-term cost reductions, productivity uplift, the green premium. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Obviously, you can use your ESG objectives as a competitive advantage. If you really are more green than your competitors, to say, well, we do sustainable beauty. We've all seen that sustainable farming, sustainable beauty, sustainable fashion. We've all seen those claims. And that should be, it could be a competitive advantage in that you offer consumers an attractive proposition. Yes, I'm going to spend money on another pair of jeans, but it has been done with sustainability principles in mind and with green principles in mind, and therefore I'm not harming the planet when I buy an additional pair of jeans. I'm not going to talk much about it, but there is obviously the issue of greenwashing. In other words, where firms or corporations say that they are pursuing green objectives, but actually are not. And particularly in the fashion industry, we see that a lot. But, just so you know, you can get a competitive advantage by being, by pursuing ESG principles. So we all know that there is a lot of pressure on firms to advance the ESG agenda. And that is a good point to take Gwen Foster's question. She asked, how seriously are we taking the carbon economy? SA now has a draft standard. Who knows about that? My interest is in data integrity and market access. Gwen, that's a little bit out of my field of expertise in terms of what the standards are. And I'm going to pass on that one. I don't know when maybe one of the other panelists are able to address that. But what I can say is that in certain industries, there is a lot of pressure on reducing carbon emissions, and there are standard setting and goal setting that I will talk about a little bit later. But if you're talking about trading carbon credits and those kind of things, it's a bit out of my range of experience. Okay. So where does competition law and ESG interact? ESG affects businesses' behavior and conduct. And what does competition law do? It regulates businesses' unilateral conduct and their agreements. So agreements between competitors and agreements between suppliers and customers. So both horizontal and vertical agreements. I'm going to just quickly run through some competition law principles. And this is obviously where I'm more comfortable. So any questions, it's a very, very light presentation on these points. But I think it is important to understand these principles before we delve into what kind of ESG agreements could potentially be problematic or ESG conduct could be problematic in terms of competition law. So let's just take a step back and we say, what is the purpose of competition law? And it's to promote competitive markets and to prevent or address anti-competitive behavior. So how does it work? It works that free markets and markets unimpeded by structural or other behavioral impediments actually deliver the best and most efficient and effective outcomes in an economy. You get economic growth, you get resource allocation that is optimal. This you will find in any Economics 101 textbook. That will tell you that if markets are left to their own devices, you will have efficient allocations of resources. What they don't tell you in your first year economics course when you do this is that what is in economic terms called externalities don't get taken into consideration in terms of what economists see as the efficient allocation of resources. So it doesn't take into a consideration the costs, the long-term costs to an economy of producing certain products that may have carbon emissions or pollute our rivers and other water sources. It doesn't take that into consideration. It just takes a short-term view of what are the costs of the resources, how are these resources allocated in terms of producing different goods and services for the economy, and how do consumers vote basically by spending their money on those products and services, those goods and services. Which products is it that society wants? And I think we've all been in that situation where we take short-term views in terms of buying products. Sometimes it's fine to just take a short-term view, and other times, actually I should be spending double on this product because I will be getting triple the utility, either in terms of number of uses or in terms of the number of years that I have use out of it. You can have that. But we all know that sometimes budgets just don't permit. So we take those short-term decisions without looking into the long-term effects of a decision that we take. So just with that as background, an efficient and effective economy is an adaptable and developing economy. It's one that is growing. It's one that where consumers and market participants have access to resources and can use those resources to produce what consumers want. In other words, consumers then have access to the quality and variety of goods that they desire. Okay. Here, you know, and I'm not going to go into too much detail about this, is that consumers must know what they are buying. And I think Altair is going to talk about that later on, just in terms of knowing what I'm buying. I want an apple, I would prefer to have an organic apple. Do I know that the apple is organically produced? And is it really organically produced, or does it just have a sticker on it that says it's organically produced, etc. So an important part of this is also consumer awareness and a knowledge in terms of what it is that they are actually procuring. So let's just have a look at what the tools are that competition authorities can deploy to achieve competitive markets. And there we've basically got two broad instruments. The one is merger control, that I'm not going to talk about today, but merger control, just so that you know, prevents anti-competitive market structures from arising. And then the other one that is more important for our purposes today is investigations into anti-competitive conduct. So what constitutes anti-competitive conduct? Basically, abuses of dominance, and that's unilateral conduct. And then you can also have anti-competitive agreements that lead to anti-competitive outcomes. Abuses of dominance, unilateral conduct, yes, there are instances where through unilateral conduct you can have unilateral conduct that pursues ESG purposes, that you can have anti-competitive outcomes, and I will talk about that a little bit later. But in the main, what we are looking at is potentially ESG agreements that are seen as anti-competitive agreements. And I think here it's quite important, I'm going to run through them, and it's quite important to note that internationally, particularly in the US, there is a strong movement, or a very big movement to say, but it's basically anti-ESG, and they're using competition law, antitrust, to prevent the ESG, you know, to curb the ESG agenda by saying, you know what, the collaboration between industry participants is anti-competitive, even though they are pursuing ESG objectives. And both the FTC and the DOJ, which are the two institutions that enforce antitrust laws or competition laws in the United States, have come out and said the fact that you are pursuing an ESG objective does not absolve you from the application of competition laws. The CMA, the Competition and Markets Authority in the UK, have said exactly the same thing, but they have added to it that they will have a, you know, they will haven't given it a green light, but have said that they will very carefully consider the ESG objectives. And they've actually brought out a guideline to say what will and what won't be considered problematic. So what they've done is they've made it easier for business to pursue ESG goals in the face of potential anti-competitive agreements. Okay, but by way of background, again, what are anti-competitive agreements? So we have, I mean, I think anybody who has had this lecture by ENS and by the competition department will know that there are two types of anti-competitive agreements, those that are per se prohibited. In other words, you do not have an opportunity to defend yourself. The competition authority does not need to show that there was anti-competitive effect. Basically only has to show that the object and an outcome, very important, of the agreement is that there has been an element of price fixing, market allocation, or collusive tendering. What is price fixing? Price fixing isn't anything that has to do with, it doesn't require competitors to say that we are all going to sell our product for a uniform price. Doesn't need that. It can be that we are going to use a formula for our pricing, and with different participants giving different weighting ultimately to the formula, but that essentially leads to an increase in prices. Market allocation is customer allocation or product market allocations. In other words, agreements essentially not to compete on certain things. And then there is collusive tendering, which is just that there is coordination on putting tenders in. Okay. I am going to go on to the rule of reason agreements now, but I would like to invite you to put in the Q&A box just examples of price fixing and market allocation that you think could take place with ESG. Don't stress about it if you haven't got anything, but you may be able to think of examples in your industry where the potential objective of attaining ESG objectives may actually lead to either market allocation or price fixing arrangements. I'd really appreciate it if you could put that in the Q&A box. Then, other than the per se prohibited agreements, horizontal agreements, and sorry, I should have said that at the beginning, horizontal agreements are agreements between parties that are in a competitive relationship. In other words, competitors of each other or potential competitors of each other. Our competition tribunal has said that horizontal agreements are essentially agreements between parties in the same line of business. Personally, I think that might be a little bit too permissive to include everybody in that market. I think it takes a little bit more analysis to say that people are actual competitors or potential competitors of each other just because they happen to be in the same line of business. It can be, you know, if you are both selling furniture, I think that's close enough. But you know, both providing financial services, for example, it's such a broad line of business that you can't just go out and say that they are actual competitors or potential competitors of each other. Now, the rule of reason type of agreements, those are agreements that do not constitute price fixing or market allocation or collusive tendering, but they are agreements that may have the effect of substantially preventing or lessening competition. But there you weigh up what we call the SLC, the substantial prevention or lessening of competition, against the efficiencies or other pro-competitive gains that might arise from the arrangement. So in a pursuit of an ESG arrangement, what one would look at is to say, okay, there is coordination or an arrangement whereby the industry has agreed to do something collectively. Does that lead to a substantial prevention or lessening of competition? In other words, does it lead to price increases? Does it lead to reduced output or reduced quality or reduced consumer choice? Is any of those factors involved there? And if it is, are there efficiencies or other technological or other pro-competitive gains that outweigh these anti-competitive outcomes? And there one would look at I would say the ESG factors would then come into consideration with these efficiencies or other pro-competitive gains. In other words, saying, yes, we have to have an agreement that, and I'm just going to use an example to say that we are not going to use input X anymore. We are going to use input Y in the industry, and that input is more expensive. And therefore, there is a price increase as a result of using this input. But the fact that we are all using this input means that, we are reducing carbon emissions, or we are reducing pollution to such an extent that that gain outweighs the substantial prevention or lessening of competition. Okay, I've got a anonymous attendee says some vehicle manufacturers would like to work together on the development of new technologies due to costs. Is it possible without colluding, i.e. under leadership? The Competition Commission did publish a proposal, but no further progress on that. Okay, thank you very much, anonymous attendee. I have actually got in one of my examples of ESG agreements that need to be assessed is these joint ventures to pursue technological progress, and the devil's in the detail. So I'm going to deal with it under that, but thank you very much for that. But I will get to that and to explain to you how the issue will be assessed. The short answer is yes, they can, but they have to be quite certain of what they want to achieve through that, and it mustn't have any spillover effects beyond what is required. Okay. So what kind of pro-ESG agreements can fall foul of competition laws? So industry-wide agreements that have shared goals on climate change, labor rights, and other social issues are subject to competition laws. So it's possible that they can fall foul of competition laws. So for example, the example that I have here, in the US, coordinated conduct between financial institutions to impose net zero commitments. So to impose, not to just agree to net zero commitments, but to impose net zero commitments, received a warning that it may fall foul of US antitrust laws. And that's one of the places where I say that ESG and competition law was used as a weapon, essentially, to prevent the coordinated, the ESG outcomes from being attained, because it made it more expensive to get loans. I'll talk about that a little bit later again. Sorry, just want to grab one water. So coordinated conduct, we need to be very careful. Unilateral conduct is unlikely to raise competition concerns, except in instances where a party is dominant. And that is, as dominance in South Africa is if you have a market share of, let's keep it simple, above 45%, you are irrebuttably presumed to be dominant. In other words, you're a big market player. The decisions that you make in the market can actually affect the competitive landscape. When you have a 5 or a 10% market share, your unilateral decisions does not affect the whole market. But if you are a dominant player and you say, well, I am now going to stop buying product X and only buy product Y, that could actually have foreclosure concerns. Or lead to foreclosure concerns for the producers of product X. And if the spillover effects are such that there are anti-competitive effects, could actually fall foul of the abuse of dominance provisions of the Competition Act. So in terms of what one should be wary of is any industry interaction in the ordinary course, and then unilateral conduct when you are a dominant firm. So, but collaboration may be necessary to promote ESG and particularly environmental sustainability. So when as an individual player, I realize that I should stop using product X and rather use product Y, because it would be better for the environment, it would increase the longevity of my product, and it would be good for the planet. It actually is good for consumers because they would get a longer lasting, better product, etc., etc. If I am the only lonely producer that wants to do that, I may find myself in a situation that nobody wants to buy my more expensive product, and I actually, innovate, to put it that way, innovate myself out of the market, because what we call the first mover disadvantage. The disadvantage is everybody else is still selling the cheap and nasty product, and I'm trying to sell the better product, but there is no demand for it. So it may be that collaboration should be necessary, that in an industry there is a standard setting and it says, okay, we will only use products that comply with certain environmental requirements. So that could be a collaboration that is necessary to promote ESG principles. It could also be that in certain instances, the individual firm's ability is hampered because it just doesn't have enough resources, doesn't have deep enough pockets, but that collectively an industry could put resources and capabilities to, can deploy resources and capabilities to achieve technical outcomes. So Anonymous's question, can you collaborate? Yes. If you want certain technical outcomes, you can say, well, that's actually a good idea that we do this, or no individual firm is willing to do it because the sunk cost is too high, and they would be outpriced in the market if they had to recover those costs. But collectively, there are enough resources to do it. Could also be a case of different firms having different resources. So it's not just money, but the one has the experience in manufacturing product X, and another has experience in manufacturing product Y. And, by combining X and Y, there can be technological progress, and that would then be beneficial in terms of ESG objectives. Then, even if, the second example, the second bullet point talks about that it's impossible for individual firms to, on their own, achieve the technological outcomes. Bullet point 3 is about, yes, everybody can do it on their own, but benefits can be realized more quickly and on a greater scale when resources are pooled. Then it would also be necessary and efficient to collaborate to promote ESG. Similarly, pooled efforts increase efficiencies and may benefit consumers. This is important, that efficiency that pooled resources brings about must be passed on to consumers, not just go to the manufacturers. And then standard setting in an industry may be very useful in terms of reducing confusion and reducing uncertainty, both for industry participants and then also for consumers that would have to would have to make choices on the basis of certain products. I'm going to pause there quickly because there's another question, and the question is, how do you calculate your dominance in the market? You calculate dominance by looking at, well, the first thing that you have to do is that you have to define a market. to say what is in the market and what is out of the market. Let's take motor vehicles as an example. Are we talking sedans? Are we just saying motor vehicles? Are we talking buckies, sedans? Are we talking expensive vehicles or cheap vehicles? You know, you would have to see what is in the market and what is outside of the market. And generally what is considered to be in the market is those products that compete. In other words, can take market share away from you. So once you have a market definition and you say, well, we are looking at the market for motor vehicles, sedans that cost between 300,000 and 400,000 rand in South Africa, that would be a market. We then calculate market share. Okay, and if you have a market share of between 35 and 45%, you are presumed to be dominant, but you can show, if you can show that you don't have market power, you will not be considered to be dominant. And market power is the ability to act independently of your customers and your competitors. So I'm gonna pause there for a moment. I will talk about market power in a bit as well. And then if your market share is more than 45%, you are presumed to be dominant. Okay. But please don't just stare at blindly look at the percentage market share. I think that's a variable. But a variable is also, and it depends on the situation that you are in, whether the market is, which products are in the market and which products are out of the market. Because in certain instances, your market definition may be, like I've said, sedans that are in the price range 300 to 400,000. In South Africa, but in other instances, it might just be motor vehicles very broadly, depending on what the conduct is that you are looking at. So, Anonymous, I hope that has answered your question. If it hasn't, please post again. Okay. So, in terms of the types of agreements that we look at an ESG and competition law, environmental sustainability agreements, for example, and I'm just using putting some examples in here to get you to start thinking about this. Agreement between farmers to protect biodiversity. So that would be a sustainability agreement. Agreement between manufacturers to stop using certain inputs that contribute to pollution could be an environmental sustainability agreement. Can anybody think of instances where those agreements would be anti-competitive, given the discussion that we have had so far? So agreements between farmers to protect biodiversity may be very laudable objective of the farmers. But if the farmers then go on and say, okay, farmer A will produce X varietal of products, and farmer B will do Y, and etc., etc. So much so that those farmers then ultimately do not compete with each other in the products that they produce, would lead to a decrease in competition. And it basically means that they all end up being a little monopolist in their small area. Agreements between manufacturers to stop using certain inputs that contribute to pollution. Any examples there? How can that lead to an anti-competitive outcome? Could foreclose the producer of those inputs, those certain inputs, and may then lead to those inputs not being produced anymore, or becoming so costly that it has knock-on effects on other markets, or it can just totally foreclose the supplier. It could also mean that because the more expensive inputs are being used, that there is a decrease in consumer choice. And this is a very, very important issue in South Africa, I think, is that ESG objectives, and it's just something that we need to take into consideration. ESG objectives go out the door when people are hungry. So to explain to a certain person that actually for biodiversity, we have stopped producing X, or we have stopped using input X, and therefore the product that you rely on is now actually a much more expensive, or the process that we use to produce a certain product has high waste, and therefore has a significant impact on the environment, and therefore we are stopping the production of that product, and your loaf of bread is now going to be 2 rands more expensive, or we are all going to agree to switch to electric vehicles, and therefore your commute fee is going to increase. It's not palatable. It's not very palatable if you are hungry or just trying to scrape by and trying to make a living. Okay. Just going to the Q&A box quickly. Gwen has said, in terms of environmental sustainability agreements, large farmer versus smallholder with regards to water permits and use, that is potentially an issue where you have large players have a first mover advantage there, and you can have anti-competitive outcomes, but those you would have regardless of whether there's an ESG objective in behind this as well. Anonymous says that industry should still develop the implementation of their own ESG programs and strategies irrespective of agreements. Is that correct? Absolutely. There is and I'll get to that, Anonymous. I think let me stop there, because this gets to sort of standard setting and the like, and I think that would be the best place to talk about ESG programs and the like. So when we talk about climate change agreements, we talk about agreements to phase out particular production processes that could contribute to CO2 emissions. That can be that's just a ESG agreement that could also lead to competition concerns, but need to be assessed. The delivery companies switching to electric vehicles, that's also a climate change agreement. Joint R&D agreements to develop more effective technologies, or another climate change agreement, etc. I think you get the message of what kind of agreements one can have that are ESG agreements, but that need to be assessed from a competition law perspective to say what is permitted or not. Gwen mentions in the Q&A that we are getting issues with changes in permissible chemicals in international markets, and absolutely so. The EU particularly has very, very strict requirements in terms of what chemicals may be used in production processes. And if you don't fall inside the standards that they've set, your products get blocked at the port and you cannot import it. That goes for a lot of agricultural products produced in South Africa. Thanks, Gwen. Then, trying to get to standard setting. So when we talk about ESG programs, it's very similar to general standard setting in by industries. Or the competition principles, let me rather put it that way, is very similar. So it's not seen as anti-competitive to set standards in an industry if that process is transparent and participation is open to everybody. So you can use standard setting to decrease competition in markets. We've got some case law on that, but I don't have time to go into that. So just take it from me that standard setting can be anti-competitive, isn't generally, but can be. Importantly, no business must be obliged to implement the standard if it does not wish to do so. This is in terms of guidance. If there is a market for the product that is below the standard, then it mustn't be a boycott of the production of that product. And it should be so that the standards can be implemented on reasonable terms by any business. It shouldn't be just a select few that are able to adhere to the standards that have been set. Businesses must be able to go beyond the minimum standard. In other words, if the standard is X, that they say, well, actually, I'm doing X plus 10. And they must be able to do that. The agreement, the standard setting mustn't include an agreement that nobody will produce beyond the standard, or nobody will produce below that standard. It can get a bit confusing in terms of producing below the standard. Below the standard must just be quite clear that this is not adhering to the standard that has been set. Importantly, the standard should not reduce the availability of suitable products for consumers. So consumers must still be able to choose. From that perspective, it will be quite difficult to motivate for a standard that removes products, particularly products that service the poor, that removes that from the market. And certainly standard setting should not be used to do that. Then the phasing out of non-sustainable products or processes are unlikely to raise concerns, again, if it does not lead to an increase in price or a reduction in quality or consumer choice. Okay, that's standard setting. Now, how can you manage the competition law compliance risks that may arise from ESG goals? And those of you that have attended ENS training, competition law compliance training, will recognize basically these tips on how to manage the competition law compliance risks, because they do not differ from any other steps to be taken to manage competition law compliance risks. So the first thing is, treat your ESG collaboration the same way as you do any other industry collaborations. Okay, so properly document the ESG goals that you wish to achieve by the collaboration, so that you have your paper record or your record of saying, I got involved in this collaboration with the aim of achieving legitimate ESG goals. Assess whether the initiative will lead to price fixing, market allocation, or lead to exclusionary effects. And exclusionary effects is if the membership is not open to this industry collaboration. Do not share competitively sensitive information. Formalize meetings and agendas. So again, you have the paper a record of what you are trying to achieve, and keep written minutes. But very, very important, as with all competitor collaborations, consult your competition advisor and make sure that what you are trying to achieve is permissible, and the mechanism through which you are trying to achieve it is permissible under competition, prevailing competition laws. Unilateral conduct, you treat in the same way as all your other initiatives. Again, assess whether you enjoy a dominant position in the affected market. So consider what the affected market is and consider then your and others' market shares in that market. Assess whether any foreclosure issues arise. In other words, does it make it more difficult for others to compete in the market? And then assess whether consumers would end up paying higher prices, enjoy lower quality, face reduced choice, etc. In other words, will there be a substantial prevention or lessening of competition? And very important, I've mentioned it, consult your advisor and then conduct your competition law compliance training, particularly for those employees that are part of ESG collaborations. My last point, and I'm sorry, I intended actually to finish a little bit earlier so that people have enough time for a proper comfort break. But my last point is, can you apply for an exemption to the application of the Competition Act on the basis of ESG goals? So very importantly, exemptions, you can get exemption from the application of the Competition Act if it meant if you're the objective of the maintenance and promotion of exports, if your agreement or the practice is to promote the ability of small and medium enterprises and BE firms to become competitive, or if it is to change the productive capacity necessary to stop the decline in an industry. If it is, and that's one of the examples that I can think of, there is, standard setting or the like to ensure that we are able to continue competing in a specific product where demand patterns are changing. But you sit with a situation that, you've got this first mover disadvantage and nobody can get there without collaboration. You might have a case to make that you should be getting an exemption from the Competition Act. And then the objective is the stability of a designated industry. So there isn't an outright ground for exemption. You can't go and say, well, I have ESG objectives, and in order to attain these ESG objectives, we as an industry need to collaborate, and please exempt us from the Competition Act in this collaboration that we have. There is no ESG point that we can take. We'll have to massage it into the maintenance or promotion of exports, or the change in the productive capacity necessary to stop the decline in an industry, or in say that the Competition Act does actually not apply to that conduct, because the conduct was designed to achieve a non-commercial socio-economic objective or similar purpose. So in other words, the Competition Act does not apply to, for example, standard setting, because the standard setting has a non-commercial socio-economic objective. It has the objective of ensuring that we breathe clean air, etc., etc. Not been tested whether Section 3(1)(e) can be used for any ESG objectives, but I think it would be worth a try to use it. Okay. Any last questions? There was a question earlier on one of the panels where somebody asked Jocelyn and Aziza whether the looking at Indigenous communities, the protection of Indigenous communities fall under the public interest. And it doesn't. It would fall under ESG because it's under the social aspect of ESG. But again, under the Competition Act, it doesn't fall within in the very distinct categories of public interest that we have. It could fall under Section 3(1)(e), that you say that the Competition Act is not applicable to conduct that is intended to preserve Indigenous communities or promote Indigenous communities, etc. That's me. Thank you very much. If there are no further questions or comments, let me just see if there's anything in the chat. No, there's nothing in the chat. The next presentation is Altair, who is going to talk about front of pack labeling, and that starts in 5 minutes at 2 o'clock. I thank you for your time and for listening to the presentation. Please reach out if you have any further questions about ESG and competition law. And a special shout out to Gwyn. Thank you very much for your comments. That certainly helped to keep it a little bit more interactive. Many thanks.
My name's Altair Richards. I'm an executive at ENS, and I have been at the firm for almost 20 years now. And for the last maybe 15 years or so, food has been part of my portfolio. So all along the way, changes to labeling regulations and the like have been of a lot of interest to me. And of course, we now sit with the reality potentially of front of pack labeling coming quite soon. So just by way of introduction, I think most people on this call or on this program will be quite aware that earlier this year, draft regulations were published in relation to the labeling and advertising of foodstuffs, and the comment period in relation to those regulations closed on 21 September, so quite recently. We were able to, or had the pleasure of assisting a number of clients in the FMCG industry with their submissions. So we are aware that obviously, amongst other things in R337, front of pack labeling is of a big concern in relation to not only the nature of front of pack labeling that has been proposed. In other words, the proposal of a warning label system rather than a traffic light or Nutri-Score type system that views a food a bit more holistically. But also the concomitant sort of marketing and advertising and other restrictions that flow if a product does warrant having the front of pack labeling. Basically, as you know, or as most of you will know, front of pack labeling is a mandatory system of warning logos relating to nutrients of concern for non-communicable diseases that must be presented on the principal display panel on the packaging of foodstuff and beverages that exceed the prescribed nutrient cutoff values set out in Regulation 51 of the draft regulations. So just to give a very brief overview of what we'll be covering today, a bit of a background to the draft regulations, the proposed FOPL system for South Africa, the proposed FOPL logo for artificial sweeteners, restrictions in respect of foodstuffs required to carry the front of pack labeling. We'll discuss briefly the other countries that have introduced mandatory nutrient warnings, policies and systems. And there's a couple other countries that are also coming down the track with those mandatory systems. And then because we have most closely in South Africa replicated the mandatory system that was introduced in 2016 in Chile, we'll discuss a little bit some of the legal challenges that were met and overcome by the in Chile relating to their mandatory front of pack warning labels. And then because we're at a point of time now where the comments have closed, the next thing that is due to happen is for Department of Health to consider all the submissions that have been made by industry, by civil society, by individual South Africans, and then ultimately publish the regulations in final form. And if those regulations, when they're in final form, remain unacceptable to whatever stakeholders, either arising from the FOPL provisions or other provisions of the final regulations, it may be that the front of pack labeling or other aspects of the draft regulations will be subject to legal challenge, high court review. So we'll have a look at some of the constitutional rights that may be impacted by front of pack labeling and the restrictions that apply to products with front of pack labeling. And then briefly discuss the procedural steps to challenge the draft regulations when they're published in final form, if that is the way that a route that one or more stakeholders want to follow. Just to give a very brief background of the sort of legal framework within which and the factual framework within which front of pack labeling has come to the fore, is obviously the Minister of Health is empowered in terms of the Foodstuffs, Cosmetics and Disinfectants Act to publish regulations relating to, amongst other things, advertising and labeling. This is, in terms of government policy, we've seen from the updated strategy for the prevention and management of obesity in South Africa, which was published earlier this year, that the purpose of front of pack labeling is it's part of a concerted, combined effort to fight against obesity and other non-communicable diseases, building upon the sugar tax, the salt reduction regulations, and now front of pack labeling, ostensibly to assist consumers in being able to make more informed choices. So there's quite a lot of observations, and I think what's important is, I think in at least in our experience with the industry, it is not that industry does not believe that there should be some form of front of pack labeling. The main issues appear to be around the warning label approach that has been adopted in the draft regulations. So I think it is worthwhile to just take a few minutes to talk about why some type of front of pack labeling may very well be appropriate for the South African market, as it is for South America, Europe, and rest of the world. So in South Africa, and this is part of in this prevention and management of obesity strategy, it's stated that overweight and obesity are serious health problems in South Africa that significantly contribute to non-communicable diseases, as well as being associated with a higher risk of death and disability from non-communicable diseases. A review of studies in the country has shown that obesity has increased dramatically in adults over the past 20 years, where the prevalence of obesity in children between the ages of 6 to 14 years of age is also higher than the global average in school children. Obesity has emerged as an urgent public health crisis in South Africa, where in 2016, 31% of adult males, 67% of adult females, and 13% of children under 5 years old were either overweight or obese. The economic impact of obesity has been estimated to amount to billions and billions of rands every year, including obesity-related costs such as loss of productivity, medical spending, and absenteeism. There's a lot of reasons, for the increase in obesity. There's no single cause, but some of the causes that have been called out in terms of this updated strategy document are sedentary lifestyles, lack of available and safe physical activity facilities, the nutrition transition from minimally processed foods to more readily available processed foods, and also ultra processed foods, and also bringing to the fore the fact that environments need to be created where people can have available healthy food and physical activity opportunities that are safe, and receive appropriate nutritional information to make decisions which will contribute to healthier eating and healthier lifestyles. The kind of interventions that the Department of Health has looked at in terms of what has been implemented worldwide or in various jurisdictions to deal with obesity include front-of-pack labeling, restrictions on marketing of unhealthy products to children, of school food standards and options, tax on sugar-sweetened beverages, reformulation of ultra-processed foods to improve nutrient content, retail environment changes such as menu labeling, and the like. Interestingly, and we'll get to this in a moment, and I think there seems to be some debate as to how transparent the socioeconomic impact assessment was, but an assessment was completed for the strategy for prevention and management of obesity. And the importance of these CS interventions is that they are intended to call out if there's inefficient implementation mechanisms in draft legislation or regulations, whether there's excessive costs from complying with regulations on stakeholders, over or underestimating the benefits associated with the new regulation or new legislation, and whether there's been any sort of underestimation of the risks involved with a particular legislative or similar intervention. And we are not aware of a full impact assessment having been carried out in respect of the draft regulations. And obviously, when we look further into whether there may be any sort of challenge to possible to the legislation when the regulations are introduced in final form, all of these sort of elements become quite important as to whether a proper weighing up exercise has been done. And we'll get to this in more detail as we move further on. But the fact that, for instance, front of pack labeling has actually, or has been shown in Chile, for example, to have resulted in reformulation of products, and has resulted in fewer products being in the market that exceed the thresholds for instance, high in sugar, high in fat, and the like. That's not the same thing as saying that front of pack labeling is instrumental in achieving the actual outcomes, which are actually the reduction of obesity and non-communicable diseases. And so we'll speak about that a bit later, but unlike the issues of reformulation, which are quite easy to prove have happened over a short period of time, and that was looked at even within 1 year of the front of pack labeling being introduced in Chile. Where the jury is quite a bit more out is whether now, 4, 5, 6, 7 years on in Chile, or number of years on in other Central and South American jurisdictions, whether the actual outcomes have been achieved. And obviously, if we are looking to introduce front of pack labeling in South Africa, we should be looking to see is, does this really help us to achieve outcomes? Possible, it's only, one will only know in 10 years or 20 years. So it may not be that we can simply say, well, this hasn't worked in rural areas in Chile, or that's the evidence that is coming out. We can't necessarily say that that is proof that frontal pack labeling won't ultimately be part of an arsenal of sort of arrows in the quiver to attack obesity and other non-communicable diseases. I'll just pause there. I see there's a couple questions in the Q&A. Just give me a moment. So the first question, and it's a very good question, is, and this is from Priya Shital. Should the regulations, once the final version is published, be challenged in court, will the rollout of the regulations be put on hold until the court has finalized the matter? Well, that would actually, as many of you may be aware, if you take something on appeal, an appeal will automatically suspend the operation of the decision of the lower decision body, making body. However, with review, the default position is that the review will not automatically suspend in this case, the implementation of the regulations. So what would be done in practice is you would apply for a review on application to the High Court, but you would combine that also where you would apply for the suspension of the implementation of the regulations until such time as the review had been heard. So that's what you might hear or see in the news, where there's sort of a Part A and a Part B to a review application. But that would have to be specifically applied for. And the kind of considerations about whether a court would grant that application are similar to the considerations for when you apply for an interdict. So they would be looking at what is the balance of convenience and those types of issues. And so, for instance, using the specific application, using the specific example of these regulations, I think it would, in my view, it would probably be quite easy to meet the bar for saying these regulations should be suspended pending the implementation, should be suspended pending the outcome of the review, because of all the costs that would have to be implemented, and packaging that would have to, be rolled out and then unwound if ultimately the review was successful. So it is the type of review that lends itself quite well, I think, to a suspension application being granted in the circumstances. So thank you for that question. The second question was from Tanjiwe Ngidi. Will a recording of the webinar be shared? My understanding is yes. There will be a recording, and it'll be broken down ultimately by each of the presentations. So if you only missed one presentation, you can go back and watch that one, or you can watch 5 presentations, or if a colleague would like to see it. So I think that will be facilitated through the CGSA. Okay. Oops, sorry. Okay, so it is interesting that in South Africa, the implementation of the frontal pack labeling didn't come in a complete vacuum or be based only on the experience in South America and Central America with the warning labeling, but there was, and it was actually some of this was done during COVID, which I found quite interesting that this was going on in the background, is that there were several studies that were done on the ground in South Africa to see what the receptiveness and understanding of frontal pack labeling would be in South Africa. One of those studies was done by researchers at, amongst others, of University of Limpopo and University of the Western Cape. And they collected data from a total of 113 participants through 12 focus groups, where different themes were looked at. And as regards the perceived behavior modification theme, the study did acknowledge that some participants have strong opinions about food products, and some participants were brand loyal, and that and that for some people having these type of labels would not have a change to their purchasing habits. However, the study did also confirm that understanding labels is important for influencing behaviors, and future research should investigate the influence of the warning label on purchasing behavior in a real shopping environment. Oh, sorry, I want to actually say a little bit more there. But they did also find that there were positive attitudes towards warning labels, where participants from all socioeconomic backgrounds generally had positive attitudes towards warning labels, and they attributed diseases to food choices and believed warning labels would warn of health implications, provide useful nutritional information, would be educational, easily understandable, benefit child health, and provide succinct information. And in fact, in presenting a number of different options for front of pack labeling, these particular study participants found that the sort of black and white octagonal warning labels were the most easily understandable. But I think what many people in industry have raised is that this study, as well as the one or two other contemporaneous studies that were done, had very relatively small sample sizes. So the question is whether it's actually a statistically significant sample size to now say that that black and white warning labels with exclamation points and the like are actually the answer for South Africa. But it is important to know that those studies were in fact done. Yeah, and I think the one other element that's very important to note about the development of the specific front of pack warning labels that have been carried out is that we've obviously heard from a number of our clients that this was really carried out without sufficient or appropriate stakeholder involvement, without also perhaps giving due consideration to the multitude of other front of pack labeling options that are out there that are less based around fear in some ways, and we'll get into this in more detail just now. But I think that was another concern is that where these have looked to have been developed in to a certain extent in a vacuum. So just going back to the proposed front of pack labeling system in R337, the Regulation 51 of the draft regulations provides that prepackaged foodstuffs are required to bear mandatory front of pack labeling if the foodstuff contains added saturated fat, added sugar, added sodium, which exceed the nutrient cutoff values for total sugar, total sodium, or total saturated fats outlined in Regulation 51.1, or contain any artificial sweeteners as defined. And then the nutrient cutoff values are as per the table below. But I think there are a number of issues that arise with elements of this system. It's worth noting that the front of pack logos are required to cover 25% of the main panel front of pack of the label in the top right-hand corner, in accordance with the prescribed logo design, color, dimensions, and background. And the proposed front of pack logos propose the same signal word, i.e. warning, and labels similar to hazardous pictograms, as we'll depict in the next slide. But I think it's also the other concerns that arise are in relation to the fact that these threshold values are absolute and they apply to all foodstuffs to the same degree. The proposed cutoff values and thresholds don't relate to specific different food categories and foodstuffs that are intended to be consumed differently and have different portion sizes. So whether you are a main meal or a condiment or bread or dry soup, you're all treated in precisely the same way. So then we end up in a scenario where there will be categories of products that, although they may still have good nutritional elements, they will always fall under the FOPL requirements, which then has a knock-on effect in relation to not only marketing, but things like enrichment, and we'll get there shortly. But I mean, just to use two very common examples, I mean, as we understand it, dry soups will basically across the board exceed the high in sodium threshold. And across the board, peanut butter, which has a lot of other good nutritional values, will almost across the board be high in fat. And then there's also some provisions of the regulations that are a little bit confusing. For instance, where they talk about where a product requires further processing, which could be preparation, baking, or cooking, after addition of ingredients not included in the foodstuff is sold, the nutritional information and facts of the foodstuff prepared according to the manufacturer's instructions must be added in an additional column in the nutritional information panel. And then that links into whether foodstuffs that do require that further processing will be considered as exceeding the proposed nutrient cutoff values, even in scenarios where a product is consumed in different ways. Just to use a simple example, you could have a breakfast porridge that it could be made either with water or with milk, and obviously that's going to change, not only what the nutrition information panel is going to look like, but could potentially, and perhaps not in that specific example, but could potentially impact on whether a particular product is subject to front of pack labeling or not. So that's an area where obviously a lot more clarity will be required from the Department of Health. Moving on. Yeah, and this is just illustrative of the using the stick versus a carrot approach. Is that always appropriate? And is it appropriate to use warning symbolism rather than just imparting true and factual information to consumers? And that's where we get into issues about, whether this is taking an overly paternalistic approach or not, and whether that's actually such a paternalistic approach is actually in line with our legal environment and our constitution in South Africa. Bearing in mind, it goes back to the old question is, and I remember when a lot of submissions were made around R426, is it really correct to identify foods as bad foods and other foods as good foods, or is it more about talking about educating people to utilize foods in whatever foods they are in moderation, in appropriate quantities, and educating people about nutrition in that way, rather than simply identifying foods as outright bad. And I think where this links in is, and we'll talk a little bit about the reformulation that Chile experienced later, but reformulation is not the only experience that we can draw from as South Africa when we're sitting here still in a scenario of having draft regulations. And that is that part of the experience in South America has been for those foods that people fundamentally understand to be not as healthy. And so that could be whether it's candy that's high in sugar, chocolates that may be high in sugar or maybe high in fat, snacks that are high in fat, potato chips and the like. Apparently, there was very little impact on the purchasing of those types of products because inherently, adult consumers, they already know that those types of products are high in sugar, fat, or salt. So where the impact came more, was felt more would be foods that people perhaps thought were healthier than they were. And that could be some types of breakfast cereals or crackers and the like. So then the question which arises is, does front of pack labeling with warning labels actually achieve the required outcomes in purchasing behavior? And that's before we even get to, does it achieve the actual outcomes in relation to reduction in obesity or other non-communicable diseases? Let me just quickly see, there's another question here from an anonymous attendee is, are there any food categories excluded from the application of these regulations, such as liquor products? So if I recall offhand, and I could be subject to correction, and if my associate's online, I'll ask her to WhatsApp me with the answer. But I think most liquor products are excluded, but beer has been brought into the ambit of these regulations. So beer previously was one of the specific exclusions from in R146, as well as other liquor products regulated by the Liquor Products Act. But I believe that exclusion currently now has been removed for beer, but subject to confirmation. Hopefully I'll have an answer a little bit later in the presentation. So this is like I think a little bit of a bugbear, and if there's any, I suppose, low-hanging fruit for the Department of Health to make some changes before we get to the final version of the draft regulations, would relate to elements relating to artificial sweeteners. So there's a couple of issues, as we understand it, from an industry and from a legal perspective, in relation to how the draft regulations, including the front of pack labeling, currently deals with artificial sweeteners. And the first thing is I guess the issue is are artificial sweeteners not already appropriately regulated in terms of the regulations relating to the use of sweeteners, where that draws in compliance with the general standard for food additives in the Codex Alimentarius. But over and above that, South African public health strategies have included sweeteners as a route to reduction of sugar in products, where manufacturers and producers have proactively reduced sugar or reduced sugar, in line with the introduction of the sugar tax and the like. And again, we're dealing with an issue here where, let's call it all alternative sweeteners or non-nutritive sweeteners are not artificial and have varying degrees of levels of generally accepted safety over many years. And so that's why it was quite confusing to see that the definition of artificial sweeteners in the draft regulations also excludes natural sweeteners, natural non-nutritive sweeteners, such as naturally derived polyols and stevia. And that seems to work, sort of counter to trying to encourage healthier reformulation of products, lowering sugar. And also it seems to us to be irrational to include non-nutritive sweeteners that are not artificial in that definition of artificial sweeteners. So the inclusion of the fact that any product with including an artificial sweetener as defined, which could be stevia, as things currently stand, will have to have the front of pack labeling and warnings, which does appear to us to actually undermine the positive role that sweeteners can play in reducing energy intake. So now we get to some of the, I mean, as if the black exclamation point and warning language on front of pack taking up 25% of the front of the pack wasn't sort of potentially problematic enough. Now we get to the restrictions that flow from bearing a front of pack label warning. And it's quite interesting because I actually attended a seminar that the Daily Maverick had on the other day. I don't know if anyone else watched, but it was, the presenters were, let's just say, very pro front of pack labeling and R337. And what was interesting though is that, you know, sort of in the comments there didn't seem to be an appreciation of all the restrictions that flow from having to bear the front of pack labeling. In particular, it was mentioned that, no, it's only if you have artificial sweeteners, you know, that you then, you know, are subject to all these marketing and other restrictions, which obviously isn't the case. So I think let's run through these quickly. So once you bear the front of pack labeling, then front of pack labeling may not be used to replace the mandatory nutritional information table. FOPL may not be used for any other nutrient that improves the overall nutritional status of the foodstuff. Those products may not be marketed to children. And again, we sit with the definition of children that is in the Children's Act, which is 18, whereas in a lot of other jurisdictions, including in Chile, the marketing to children prohibition relates to a much lower age level. I think in Chile that age is 14. In some other countries, it's lower ages, and the thinking there being that there is scientific support for the fact that, you know, it may very well be that when you're a children of 13 and under may not be able to fully appreciate that advertising is advertising. As you get older, you know, going 14 and above, that's an appreciation that is there. And the children of higher ages are able to recognize what advertising is. So then the question is whether it's actually appropriate or treating children as being on that continuum to adulthood if there is simply a restriction on marketing to, you know, anyone that's under 18. FOPL products, you also can't make any claim with energy, health, or nutrition message, irrespective of whether the foodstuff's nutritional profile passes the nutrient profiling model contemplated in Regulation 50. The product cannot be enriched, which is we've found with many clients to be very problematic, and we'll deal with that in more detail just now. It mustn't bear any endorsement logo relating to the risk of any non-communicable disease, and it may not shrink the label deliberately to diminish the visibility of the front of pack labeling. Just very quickly, as I'm being mindful of the time, we'll quickly just go through to see the other countries that have introduced the mandatory nutrient labeling. So Chile in 2016, Peru in 2019, Israel 2020, Mexico 2020, Brazil 2022, Colombia December 2022, and then Venezuela is coming in 2024. and Canada in January 2026. And just very quickly, again, there were challenges to the front of pack labeling in Chile, which ultimately failed. But I think what's interesting to note, and I'm just going to gloss over this quite quickly, is the arguments were based mostly around the right of freedom of commercial expression and the right to property, where the front of pack labeling and restrictions were tied into advertising restrictions and the like, and where people's registered and other trademarks would be impacted on by the advertising restrictions. But where Chile's, as we understand it from the articles we've seen in this regard, Chile's constitutional framework differs from South Africa for present purposes in two quite interesting ways, and that is that their Chilean constitution does not specifically recognize, and their courts have not specifically recognized the right of freedom of commercial expression, which obviously has been specifically recognized in the South African context. And in terms of the right to property in Chile, it has not, the courts have not found it to expand beyond movable and immovable property to sort of intangible property, such as intellectual property rights, where obviously very clearly our courts have found that IP rights and many other rights that are not relating to corporeals are worthy of constitutional protection. So it will be interesting to see if there's a constitutional challenge here, what that will be based on. But I don't think we can take too much from the Chilean experience, since their constitution is different in material respects from our South African constitution. Okay, I'm not gonna, because of time restrictions, I won't go into too much detail here, as these are sort of general principles relating to the constitutionality of legislation. But it is probably worthwhile to just re-emphasize that where applicable, juristic persons are also entitled to rights in the Bill of Rights. And although rights contained in the Bill of Rights are not absolute, they may be limited, and they must comply in those instances with the limitations clause in Section 36. And limitations of rights must also be reasonable and justifiable in an open and democratic society. And so factors that must be taken into account when determining if a limitation is reasonable and justifiable, and this goes to all the factual weighing up that will have to go on in relation to the particulars of the draft regulations and front of pack labeling, is, what is the nature of the right, the importance of the limitation, the nature and extent of the limitation, the relation between the limitation and its purpose, and whether there are less restrictive means to achieve the purpose. So obviously, when we're looking at the overall purposes here, we're looking at trying to reduce obesity and reduce other non-communicable diseases. But the question is do the limitations that we'll discuss now, do they actually achieve that purpose? And have they been shown to achieve that purpose? Or are they likely to achieve that purpose if we're in a scenario where we can't know the answer to that yet? So some of the, and there might be quite a lot more, but some of the rights that may be impacted and that a court may be called upon to consider if the regulations and front of pack labeling are taken on review are the rights of the children, the rights of freedom of expression of affected stakeholders, and the property rights of affected stakeholders. So, I mean, an interesting issue here, and going to the rights of children, and I think where most importantly this is linked in, is where we're placing limitations on enrichment of foodstuffs is that actually in the best interest of the child? So children, at least younger children, are not going to be the people that bear the responsibility for doing the family shopping. In general, that would be the adults. Adults may or may not heed the warnings, may or may not buy foodstuffs with the warnings or not. I mean, I guess the argument would run that the nutritional enrichment of foodstuffs is actually for the benefit of everyone, even if it is ultimately in a product that is going to bear a front of pack labeling warning. Again, using the example perhaps of a dried soup that can have nutritional value, but may end up being over the threshold in relation to sodium. So that's a question, and obviously, you can look in more details at the slides, and the slides and everything will be made available, because I don't want to. I'm just not going to spend too much time on each of these issues now. And again, the other question is whether, if we're talking about older children, between 14 and 18, is it also in the best interest of the child to restrict children's freedom of choice by not allowing advertising to children? Obviously a much weaker argument than the enrichment argument, but all of these sort of arguments are arguments that should be looked at in a scenario where our courts, and in particular our constitutional court, has found that ultimately the rights of children are paramount, and that it's paramount above everyone else. So that'll be interesting to see what arguments may be raised in those scenarios. And then we have the issues on the right of freedom of commercial expression. And so to the extent that any of the advertising restrictions, I mean, what has been found to be part of the freedom of expression in South Africa is the right to receive and to impart information and ideas. And so where there are restrictions on advertising that may also impact on claims and trademarks and the like, there'll be a question as to whether there's been an impermissible impact on the right of freedom of expression. But bearing in mind that that right will have to be weighed up, looking at Section 36 to see whether the purpose of achieving the health goals that government want to achieve actually outweigh the right of freedom of commercial expression. And then we look at property rights, and again, this would link into when we look beyond front of pack labeling per se and look at marketing restrictions and restrictions on names that may be able to be used and restrictions on advertising. The issue here is that no one may be deprived of property except in terms of a law of general application, and no law may prevent arbitrary deprivation of property. So in order to succeed with this, a Section 25(1) constitutional challenge, it would need to be established that the person's right to exploit the property is constitutionally protected property, and that interference amounts to a deprivation, and that the deprivation is arbitrary. Constitutional court judgments have interpreted deprivation and confirmed that deprivation would be arbitrary if the law does not provide sufficient reason for the particular deprivation in question, or if it's procedurally unfair. And so then we're talking earlier, we touched on it a little bit as there was a question in the Q&A about the procedural steps to challenge the draft regulations when they're introduced in final form. And so, as mentioned, there would be a review, a high court review. Any high court review of the constitutionality or otherwise of the draft regulations, including the front of pack labeling, would need to be undertaken as soon as is reasonably possible in terms of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act. But in any event, by no later than 180 days after the regulations come in their final form. Just bearing in mind that 180 days has been found to our courts not to be a guideline, that you could, a target where you can always take those 180 days. You must actually institute your review as soon as reasonably possible, but with that 180 days as a backstop. And as mentioned, you would want to also institute at the same time an application to suspend the implementation of the draft regulations until such time as the review was heard. Okay, I see there is another. I was just actually going to touch on, sorry, before I completely, I see I do have a couple more minutes here. I did want to say just one comment, that it was quite interesting in terms of the research that's now come out of Chile, is that the proportion of products qualifying as high in energy, sodium, or sugar or saturated fat decreased from 51% to 44% after the introduction of their front of pack labeling. And the quantities of sugar and sodium found in food products post-implementation were below the threshold specified in the law, meaning that manufacturers sort of used the law as a point of reference to ensure that their products would not receive a high-end warning label. So that does show that there is success in moving towards reformulation. But again, that doesn't necessarily translate to achieving the ultimate purposes of the legislation, being the actual reduction in obesity and other non-communicable diseases. There's been some interesting research that's come out of Mexico as well. You would have seen their legislation was introduced a bit later in 2020, but they're doing projections going forward, or did projections in 2020 of the kind of cost savings and health milestones that they felt that they would achieve. So it'd be interesting to look to see if those projections actually align with reality of experience now, 3 years on and going on into the future in Mexico and the other Central and South American jurisdictions that are impacted. Interestingly, because obviously we're talking about in South Africa having quite an unequal society and wanting to try to have initiatives that cater towards those that are in the rural areas, less education, all of those sort of things. And it was quite interesting when they did some follow-up research. And if anyone's interested, I can send the article and not have it circulate the article. But interesting that they found that there was very little impact at all, or a negligible impact of front of pack labeling in more rural areas in Chile. And these are because of the barriers being children's deeply rooted dietary habits, excessive screen time, parents lacking awareness of the problem, bad role modeling, environmental barriers, and lacking funding for sound teacher training. So and having unsafe neighborhoods, limiting children's play outside. So to think of front of pack labeling as some type of panacea, I think is probably not correct. Whether if used and implemented properly, it can be part of an arsenal of tools to ultimately down the road, improve consumer choices. It's possible, but whether having the warning type front of pack labeling is the route to go, most effective route to go, the jury is obviously still out on that. So I see there is another question here. Oh, okay, this is actually said, has there been any consumer behavioral changes in jurisdictions where front of pack labeling has been implemented? So it's as I've mentioned, and then also that element that I mentioned previously, where there may be an impact on purchasing of certain types of foods that people thought were healthier than they were, but very little impact on foods where common sense tells us are high in sugar or fat. So thanks very much for attending. Sorry, I also wanted to end a little bit earlier to give people a proper comfort break. But next up will be Shua Jacobs with a presentation on anti-bribery and corruption and the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. So I hope you've enjoyed the presentation and enjoy the rest of the seminar today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining me this afternoon for the session on anti-bribery, anti-corruption, and the FCPA. So in the session this afternoon, I'm going to cover an overview of the perception of corruption in the world, taking you through Transparency International's annual index, and then talking to you about the risk of non-compliance, liability for the acts of third parties. Third-party intermediaries are one of the most risky areas in anti-bribery and anti-corruption. Very many of the reported cases deal with agents who have committed corruption on behalf of their principals. The FCPA, the US legislation, what those provisions cover, the types of enforcement actions we've seen. Then I'll take you through the United Kingdom Bribery Act. We're seeing a larger degree of coordination between law enforcement agencies. So I think that piece of legislation is also very significant. And I'll explain the differences between the FCPA and the UKBA to you. The South African context in which we operate, and then some case studies and key messages. So I think at some point everyone has seen this map, and obviously the way it works is you want to be on the Denmark side, which is a light yellow shading, as opposed to being on the Somalia side, which is a darker red shading. So the closer you are to red, the higher the indication or the perception that there's corruption in your jurisdiction. So if we look at the scoring, the top scoring nation in 2022 was Denmark with 90 points, indicating that the perception is that they're the least corrupt nation of the 180 countries that are assessed. And then the lowest scoring nation being Somalia with 12 points. So the average score for Africa is 32 out of 100, indicating that there's a perception that corruption in Africa and the continent of Africa is quite high. So in an investigation that we conducted, during the course of the investigation, there was a data review, and the CEO that was under investigation indicated in his emails, and this was on email, we found the email indicating that in his view, Africa is no place for sissies. We also identified evidence which then implicated him in authorizing certain transactions which were problematic. So transparency, the TI corruption index reflects that 2/3 of Africa score less than 3 out of 10, which is indicative of endemic corruption levels. Bribe risks, there's high levels of bribe solicitation. Bribes are built into service and delivery costs. And there's also a risk that our employees may bribe. Procurement is a well-known and a well-publicized area of abuse. Lucrative contracts are awarded to corrupt bidders, and service providers are linked to employees who have hidden agendas. So procurement, I think, attracts corrupt activity because of the value of contracts, and particularly public sector contracts. I think the South African public is fairly aware of the concerns that have been identified in government contracts and the awarding of government contracts in the South African context. So the risk of bribes paid by agents and intermediaries is high. So anti-corruption, due diligence, screening of business partners and staff is very important. And you're seeing enforcement now from two sides. So it's no longer just focusing on the contracts and the bribery and the corruption that's taking place in the awarding and in the execution of the contract. But regulators are also now more clearly focusing on the benefits that flow from those contracts. So your anti-money laundering legislation is becoming tighter. You may have seen, or you'd be aware of the changes that were effected to the FIC Act, and Era would have taken you through that earlier during the course of the day. So you can see how regulators are working and I'll show you how they're working more closely together, but they're also targeting all aspects of the corruption continuum, from the time that the contracts are awarded and executed to what happens to the eventual benefits that flow from these corrupt activities. And then meetings with officials in Africa often come at a price. So more and more jurisdictions are fining companies that bribe, and the risk of being penalized is higher than ever. It's not just the risk of being penalized, because in these enforcement actions, you're also seeing that the individual executives and company representatives are and will continue to be held responsible for this kind of conduct. So the US government is a robust enforcer against companies that bribe foreign officials, and so is the UK and Brazil, as well as France and Germany. And the reasons that companies avoid bribing, so we regularly provide anti-corruption training. And I had the privilege of providing some of this training on behalf of a client, and the predominant reason why they indicated to their employees that they don't commit corruption is because it's the right thing to do. But some of the other reasons is that the fines are substantial. The reputational harm is significant. These types of enforcement actions, particularly when you're dealing with a multi-jurisdictional or multi-agency enforcement, becomes very expensive. So for some of our clients who've been, and for example, the US Department of Justice and the SEC have conducted investigations in South Africa. And when they're conducting these types of investigations, the company that is the subject of the investigation employs local counsel, foreign counsel, and investigators, and costs very quickly escalate in these types of matters. The remediation fees can be significant. Penalties imposed can be significant, and you'll see that in some of the case studies that I take you through. In addition, the SEC and the DOJ are appointing monitors in companies that the company is required to pay for, to monitor and make sure that they're compliant with their policies and with what's required by the law. And then there's also profit disgorgement and director accountability. A prevalent area, or an area that is vulnerable to corruption and has been exploited by entities who wish to commit corruption or acts of corruption, is the area of third parties. So the FCPA in the UK and most other anti-corruption laws prohibit making corrupt payments both directly and indirectly through third-party agents, distributors, consultants, intermediaries, or other third parties. So companies can be held responsible for the actions of a third party when they authorize directly and instruct the third party to make improper payments to foreign officials, or they can be held responsible when they make payments to a third party knowing or being willfully blind that money will be paid directly or indirectly to a government official. So you don't need to prove direct knowledge. You can prove that under the circumstances, there was a more than reasonable belief that the third party would have committed corruption on your behalf and for your benefit. The general rule is that you can't use an indirect route to do things that you wouldn't be allowed to do directly. So over 70% of US enforcement actions today involve bribes made by agents, consultants, and other third parties. So the notion that one's not responsible for bribe payments made by third parties is no longer valid. As I mentioned, you don't need actual proof that the instructing entity had knowledge that a bribe would be paid. Knowledge is satisfied when a person is aware of a high probability of the existence of a particular circumstance. Companies and their employers cannot consciously disregard or deliberately ignore suspicious facts before entering into or during a third-party contract. And that is why we encourage clients to conduct thorough due diligence on third-party intermediaries to make sure that they are reputable, that they can conduct the services that you require, that they are not subject to investigation or have not been subject to an enforcement action previously. Since COVID, we've seen that global regulators have been very active, particularly the SEC and the Department of Justice. So, for example, there have been 2 investigations conducted in South Africa by the SEC and the DOJ. Net1 is one example, and the other is Goldfields. But most recently, the third investigation that's currently ongoing is the investigation related to ABB and the contracts that they were awarded by Eskom. I'll take you through that example and the penalties that were imposed and agreed on in that matter. So the Foreign Corrupt Practices is a US piece of legislation. It was introduced in 1977 and has become, it's been used now quite regularly in conducting extraterritorial investigations, and it's extensively used by the Department of Justice in the US and the Security and Exchange Commission and the SEC. So there's 2 provisions that you need to be aware of in respect of the FCPA. The first and the simplest is that the FCPA regulates the bribery of public officials. So you cannot, in terms of the FCPA, you cannot bribe government officials outside of the US. And the definition of government officials is quite wide. It would include, for example, traditional leaders, government officials, and various other quasi-state employees. So the definition is quite wide. And if an entity that is in some way associated with the US, either you use their financial systems, you're listed on their stock exchanges, you operate in that jurisdiction, you would attract the jurisdiction of the DOJ and the SEC. And they have adopted quite a purposive approach towards establishing jurisdiction. Secondly is the provision related to books and records. So the SEC enforces the provision related to books and records, and if you are found to have recorded a transaction in your books and records that's inaccurate, i.e. you've recorded a bribe in your financial records and it's not indicated that it was a bribe, as counterintuitive as that is, there's a possibility of a $25 million fine per irregular entry. So some of the enforcement actions from 2007 to 2010, you can see that the DOJ and the SEC have been quite active, and these are some of the penalties that have been imposed. Goldman Sachs in 2020, $3.3 billion settlement. Airbus SE in 2020, a $2 billion settlement. And then Petrobras, you can see the various jurisdictions in which these companies operate, regardless of the fact that their primary operations are not situated in the US. The DOJ has established jurisdiction and has imposed fines and will execute against assets that are situated in the US. So what are the types of infringements that have been identified? So this is a little pie chart that shows you the different percentages or the extent to which different issues have become the subject of investigation. The most significant, and in the South African context, sham consultancies and contracts, falsified and inflated invoices and commissions have contributed most significantly to this type of investigation and to the fines that have been imposed. Cash payments, to a lesser extent, gifts, travel, and entertainment as well. Quite a sizable, about 25% of the enforcement actions related to gifts, travel, and entertainment, and then charitable donations, sponsorships, and grants. One of the enforcement in one of the case studies is the Glencore settlement. There was a $700 million settlement to resolve corruption investigations in the US, the UK, and Brazil. In the US, Glencore International AG pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to violate the FCPA. The plea agreement comprised a $429 million criminal penalty and forfeiture orders to the tune of $272 million. The total penalties, once all of the enforcement actions are concluded in various jurisdictions that are investigating this matter, is likely to be in the region of $1.5 billion. And then Glencore is required to retain a compliance monitor for 3 years who will oversee the implementation of amendments to their compliance program, enhancements to due diligence of third parties, and the like. So what happened? There were investigations found that Glencore paid $100 million bribes to officials in Nigeria, Cameroon, the Ivory Coast, Equatorial Guinea, Brazil, Venezuela, and the DRC. I'd like you for a moment to look at the value of the bribes compared to the value of the enforcement action and the penalties that have been imposed and are likely to be imposed by other jurisdictions. So at the DOJ press conference, Damian Williams, the US attorney for the Southern District of New York, said that bribery was built into the corporate culture of Glencore. And former senior Glencore executives were identified by the US government as being involved in corruption, namely Alex Beard, Glencore's former head of oil, and Kellis, sorry, I'm not good with the surname, and its former head of copper. Most recently, one of the recent enforcement actions and penalties imposed by the SEC is in respect of a South African contract. Eskom awarded ABB a valuable contract. The contract, ABB contracted a subcontractor who made corrupt payments to an Eskom official via an entity associated with the Eskom official. And this matter is currently being investigated as part of the state capture investigations currently being conducted by the National Prosecuting Authority. And on the 3rd of December 2022, the end of last year, ABB settled SEC charges that it engaged in a bribery scheme in South Africa. So to read you the press release from the SEC, and this is a snapshot of the SEC's website, it states that the Securities and Exchange Commission today announced charges against global electrification automation technology company ABB for violations of the FCPA arising out of a bribery scheme in South Africa. The company has agreed to pay $75 million civil penalty to settle the SEC charges. So what happened in this case? The SEC announced charges against ABB for violations of the FCPA arising out of a bribery scheme in South Africa. The company agreed to pay the $75 million civil penalty. The SEC found that during the period 2015 to 2017, ABB executives in Switzerland and South Africa colluded with a high-ranking government official at Eskom to funnel bribes to the official through complicit third-party service providers with whom the government official had close personal relationships. So we'd be familiar with this case because it has been headline news in South Africa when searches were conducted on this individual's home and they were arrested earlier on during the course of this year. So ABB paid the service provider more than $37 million to bribe the government official. ABB in return obtained a contract to the value of $160 million. In addition to the settlement of the SEC enforcement action, the SEC also ordered ABB to pay $72 million in profit disgorgement, which was considered satisfied by ABB's 1.6 billion rand payment to Eskom in 2020. It is possible that there may be further penalties imposed. The investigation is still ongoing. Prosecution, various individuals have been arrested and are facing charges in court, and it is likely that we will see the initiation of that prosecution during the course of next year. In addition, ABB agreed to regularly report to the SEC for a 3-year period on the state and the ongoing status of its remediation of internal accounting controls and its compliance program. In addition, they are working closely with law enforcement to ensure that there will be a successful prosecution. So we're involved in various investigations with the National Prosecuting Authority's Investigative Directorate. And from the investigations that we are assisting them with, we're seeing a larger degree and a very high degree of collaboration between South African law enforcement entities. And the South African law enforcement agencies are receiving assistance from international law enforcement agencies to successfully pursue this type of investigation and the investigations, particularly interstate capture. You would also have seen, for example, the sanctions imposed by the US against the Guptas. And South Africa has received and continues to receive assistance from various external law enforcement agencies as global law enforcement agencies cooperate more and more closely to monitor and to regulate these types of irregularities and criminal offenses. So the United Kingdom Bribery Act was introduced or was promulgated by the UK in 2010. The Act goes a lot further than the FCPA. So in July 2011, the Act came into force, and the UK goes further than the FCPA in that it targets private bribery as well as government, the bribery of government officials. But in addition to regulating both private and public bribery, it introduces corporate liability for companies that fail to prevent bribery. So, which forces organizations operating or associated with the UK to proactively take steps to manage their corruption risk by way of policies, procedures, controls, due diligence procedures, monitoring, training, and the like. There's 6 principles that we've seen enforcement action by the Serious Fraud Office in the UK. One of the first targets or one of the first entities to be investigated and resolving their investigation with the UK enforcement authorities is Standard Bank. They were charged with failing to prevent bribery in Tanzania, and they entered into a deferred prosecution agreement with the UK authorities. So in terms of that, the deferred prosecution agreement, the company won't be prosecuted as long as it complies with the conditions of that deferred prosecution agreement. It's important to note that in South Africa, we do not have the concept of a deferred prosecution agreement. The closest that South African law comes to this type of agreement is a plea and sentencing agreement. But in that, how that differs from a deferred prosecution agreement is that in a plea and sentencing agreement, you plead guilty and there's a criminal conviction, and then you can attempt to agree on sentencing. But in the deferred prosecution agreement, there's no conviction, so it differs significantly from a deferred prosecution agreement. So the UK and the Serious Fraud Office and the Ministry of Justice in the UK indicated 2 entities or companies operating in the UK and companies associated with the UK that there are 6 principles that the Serious Fraud Office and any enforcement agency will look at in determining the level of guilt or the level of culpability of a company when that company has been involved or its employees have been involved in acts of corruption. And what are these 6 principles? Proportionate procedures. They will look at whether or not the company has proportionate procedures in line with the risk that that entity is facing. So your compliance program would have to address the seriousness of the risk, the nature, the scale, and the complexity of the risk, and address those issues. So a relatively small entity that would face few corruption risks would need a significantly less complex compliance program. Top-level commitment or tone at the top would also be a significant issue to consider, and it's very important that the leaders of an organization walk the talk, but also inform employees about their commitment to a strong compliance environment. More commonly now, in that we see the problems that we're seeing for clients is also tone at the middle. Tone at the top statements are a regular feature of a compliance program, but it's also very important that this type of message is driven at a mid-level management, because at middle management, those managers are engaging with the majority of employees on a more regular basis than top management. Risk assessments, conducting a proper risk assessment in your organization to fully understand the risks that you're facing and to be able to design your compliance program around the risks that are faced. Conducting due diligence, as I've mentioned previously, screening of third parties and ensuring that you have appropriate due diligence in place to assess the risk of engaging with new business partners is an important aspect of a compliance program. Communication, the policies of the organization and the stance of management in the organization needs to be clearly communicated to employees. Employees need to understand exactly what kind of conduct is prohibited, what kind of conduct is encouraged, and what the impact is of non-compliance. And in addition, monitoring and reviewing, constantly reviewing your policies and your compliance program, and where gaps are identified, realigning the policies, closing gaps, strengthening controls and processes. So the UK government has become increasingly active, and the UK sets even higher standards than the FCPA. As I mentioned previously in Section 7, the failure to prevent bribery is an offence for companies, and companies can be held responsible for their failure to prevent corruption. The emphasis, and it emphasizes the importance of putting in place adequate procedures designed to prevent bribery and corruption. As I mentioned previously, the Serious Fraud Office has targeted Standard Bank and fined it for failing to prevent bribery in Tanzania. Another example of enforcement is the Airbus investigation. So Airbus entered into a new record 3.6 billion euro settlement related to bribery charges that were being investigated in the UK, in France, as well as in the US. Here you see that the law enforcement agencies work together, and the ultimate 3.6 billion euro settlement comprised the following. The fine in France was the equivalent of 2 million euro. The fine in the UK was 983 million euro, and in the US, the fine was 525 million euro. So under the agreement with the three countries, Airbus will face no formal charges. However, implicated individual or executives may still be prosecuted. In addition, Airbus is to remain under surveillance by the authorities for 3 years, so there will be a monitor appointed to make sure that there are no further violations that could result in prosecution. So a commentary on the global enforcement trends that we are seeing. As I mentioned previously, we're seeing an increase in collaboration between global regulators to the extent that they are even assisting South African law enforcement agencies to regulate regulate corruption. This is evidence from the case examples that I've taken you through, and it's likely to extend to other jurisdictions. We're also seeing that the US authorities are sharing settlements with jurisdictions impacted by corruption, with whom they've collaborated, as demonstrated in the earlier discussions. So if we look at the learnings from the Airbus settlement, it's clear that a revised company management coupled to extensive remedial measures reflect that the company has transformed itself and its culture and has played a role in terms of leniency. We're finding that currently in the state capture investigations that are being conducted, in various entities that are under investigation, there has been a change in management, and the compliance program of those entities has been significantly bolstered. So additionally, regulators seem to focus on the redesign of due diligence processes, the rollout of extensive anti-bribery training, as well as significant improvements in controls, and that has led to identifiable benefits in the settlements reached with these law enforcement agencies. So what are the South African requirements? I'm sure that you're all familiar with Regulation 43 of the Companies Act. So when the company has a social and ethics committee, they are required to monitor the company's activities with regard to the 10 principles set out in the United Nations Global Compact, as well as the OECD recommendations regarding corruption. Further, in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, the South African equivalent of the FCPA and the UKBA, there are various definitions of corruption, including foreign bribery. In addition, PRECA has introduced Section 34, which places reporting duty on directors and executives in a company to report suspicions where they suspect that fraud, theft, forgery, uttering, or corruption has occurred and the value exceeds 100,000 or 100,000 rand. This must be reported to the South African Police Services. Failure to report carries a 10-year potential jail sentence. And in addition, no action can be taken against any official or any executive reporting to the Hawks. The report is a confidential report. Companies who are convicted of corruption, and particularly companies convicted of corruption in contracts involving the state, can be blacklisted and be barred from engaging or being appointed in further contracts for a period of 10 years. Our Act also prohibits cross-border acts of corruption. So our Act also has extraterritorial application, similar to the UK legislation and the US legislation. The CIPC issued guidelines which are largely in compliance, or which largely reflect the 6 principles that were introduced by the UK legislation. One of those principles being top management commitments, so tone from the top, clear practical policies and procedures, communication and training, having periodic reviews of your risk and ensuring that your compliance program aligns with the risks faced and are proportionate to the risks being faced by the company, ensuring that you conduct due diligence on third parties and business partners, and then ensuring that there are appropriate auditing and accounting controls in the organization. And this guidance was issued in November of 2018. So, in conclusion, fraud and corruption is a significant risk to doing business in Africa. It's important to have robust anti-bribery, anti-corruption policies coupled to tone from the top. And these are tools that will assist you to manage the risk of corruption. But as I've mentioned previously, as we've seen in clients with more established compliance programs, it's very important that tone from the top is reflected in tone from the middle, as middle managers have access to larger numbers of employees and are able to significantly impact on the culture of an organization. So training is important so that people know to say no to bribes and facilitation payments, that they understand what is required, they understand what types of risks the organization is exposed to, and are able to identify these types of criminal acts. Comprehensive due diligence on business partners, agents, and intermediaries to ensure that they are reputable, to ensure that they have no current enforcement actions pending against them, that they have the requisite skill that you need, and understand your needs and requirements. Controlling the use of cash in a business is also very important, and monitoring invoices and payments for concealed bribes. As I mentioned, one of the provisions of the FCPA specifically deals with having accurate books and records. And as I also stated, a fine per contravention or a fine per incorrect entry is $25 million US. So enforce the adherence to accurate books and records is very important, and to monitor closely your second line of defense. So, for example, your forensics and internal audit departments are your second line of defense and should monitor the implementation of your compliance program, review any transgressions, and assist with enhancements to your compliance program. One of the ways one of the ways that they can assist is through ad hoc site visits, unscheduled site visits, and random audits. It's also important that for internal audit, that they have a look at the high risk areas for a business in terms of anti-corruption compliance, and that they regularly schedule audits in respect of the effectiveness of controls in those areas. And it's important to have a whistleblower hotline for employees to be aware of how they can raise concerns, with whom they should raise concerns, and that they have the ability to do this anonymously. One of the most significant ways in which companies identify criminal conduct or fraud, corruption in the organization is through whistleblowers raising this concern internally. So it's important to encourage and enable blowing the whistle on fraud and corruption. At a recent conference that we attended, the former US Deputy Attorney General Paul McNulty stated that if you think compliance is expensive, try non-compliance. Thank you very much for your time. I see that we have quite a bit of time left. And I'll just check if there are any questions. I don't see. Sorry. Thanks very much. I don't see any questions. Thank you, Jocelyn.
Thanks, Suad. Thanks. I know the last shift of the day is always the most difficult, but thank you for that extremely useful and engaging discussion. And once again, if any of the participants have questions, no doubt they can send them through. I think that brings us to the end of our day. I want to just on a personal note send a huge thank you to all of my colleagues for giving of their time today. You know, this is something, as I mentioned earlier on in the day, that is near and dear to our hearts. We do, you know, always hope to bring you topics that are of interest to you, that you find valuable in your own organizations. And as always, you know, please feel free to reach out if you have any questions on any of the topics, or indeed any other area of law, you know, that you may need to run past us. So, final word for me is just to thank the CGSA once again and its members for the support and for always partnering with us on this lovely day, which we all look forward to on an annual basis. That is it for me. Thank you, everybody, again for your time, and we look forward to seeing you all again same time next year. So take care, have a wonderful festive season. And thank you for joining us.